Call the meeting to order. Before we get started with tonight's board meeting, I would like to welcome the community back to our board meeting. Please remember, if you are in attendance, you must keep your mask on at all times. Keep physical distance between you and others, and use the hand sanitizer posted here in the boardroom. Those who refuse to wear a mask will be asked to leave, and we will call the law enforcement if needed. We take the health and safety of your community seriously and ask that you do the same. Thank you. Daniel, please roll call.
President Say,
Present?
Vice President Yu,
Present.
Clerk Nishi. Present. Board Member Dr. Apodaca,
Here.
Board Member Mr. Beach,
Present.
Board Member Dr. Eugenio,
Here.
Board Member Dr. Rios. Present. Thank you.
Thank you. This evening, we will be discussing the following item in closed section. Conference with labor negotiator. Update on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA. And anticipated litigation, one matter. Do we have any public comment on the closed section for this evening? Clerk?
I don't see any, Madam President.
Thank you. May I have a motion to move to closed section?
So moved. Eugenio, second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The motion passed 7-0. Thank you.
There we go. Say it again, what's that? Test?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, and the audio here works fine too.
Thank you.
since it falls into my lot that I should rise and you should not. Oh, gently rise and softly come. Good night and God be with you all. So fill to me the parting glass. Good night and God be with you all.
Now, board, back in the open section, I have a motion and second, please.
So moved. Second.
So we have a first and second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0. You know, I'm getting so hot in here where this jacket was given by our former board member, Olympia Chen, and it was our president too. She told me I need to wear a nice one. So here I am. I want to thank you, our former board president, Olympia Chen. Before we get started for tonight's board meeting, I'd like to welcome the community back to our board meeting. Please remember, if you are in attendance, you must keep your mask on at all times. Keep physical distance in the boardroom. Those who refuse to wear the mask will be asked to leave, and we will call our law enforcement if needed. We take the health and safety of our community seriously and ask that you do the same. Thank you. And please silence your phone. We welcome public comments, and anybody wishing to make a public comment should fill out a card located on the table by the door and place it in the silver bin. All public comments are to be made during the public comment section or at the time an item is presented and must be done before the item is discussed. Each comment must be no more than 5 minutes. This is just regular public comment, but I have to make additional adjustment today. Tonight, in closed section, the board discussed conference with labor negotiator, update and negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA, and anticipated litigation one matter. Okay. I would like to ask my board member, Mr. Brad Beach, can you lead out today's Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you.
Please rise and face the flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Member Beach. There are some changes here on my agenda. I just want to let my colleague know. Can we have somebody, where's our security? Can we have somebody control the backstage noises there? Thank you. Thanks so much. A couple things we're going to make changes after our Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll do. You do the place sign. And we'll do the slideshow for outgoing president, which is Zed. I am. Then, due to we make the few changes, we're going to put the presentation to outgoing president as outgoing president, which is me again. I will ask for the dignity people will do the presentation of proclamations, and the new president will call in presenter later. And what I'm going to do, I think Mary, you're going to call, or you want me to call? I will call that. Okay. And then after that, we'll have, where's our public comments here? After this one, right? After the dignity made the outgoing presentation, then we'll go to the
Transition
recess.
or recess.
Yeah, we'll have half hour. Then we have a special guest come out. Am I right? Yeah, we made some schedule changes, that's why. Then we have election of the board, president. Then we have public comment, and Dr. Su after that will take the lead following that. Am I clear with my colleague here? Yeah, thank you for understanding I made the changes. We just want to do the proper things. So we're going to have a slideshow for outgoing President Zed. I had to raise my hand. Hallelujah. Okay, go ahead, Mary. I think the floor is yours. Dr. Sue.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to have Viviana Gomez, representing Assemblywoman Christina Garcia, come up.
Testing, testing. Okay, there it is. Hello and good evening, Board, Madam President, and members of the community. My name is Viviana Gomez. I'm here on behalf of Assemblywoman Christina Garcia. That was a beautiful slideshow. It really shows her youth and her energy and spirit that she brings to the ABC Unified School Board, so that was nice. And just want to be quick here. I know a lot of people want to speak. As your term for the president at ABC Unified School Board draws to a close, I wanted to express my sincere gratitude for your work with students, staff, and parents. Thank you for your partnership with our office and for always keeping our office apprised and involved in all the community events. I will now be reading a certificate signed by Assemblywoman Christina Garcia. On behalf of the 58th Assembly District, I commend you for your exemplary leadership as president of the ABC Unified School District for the 2021 term. While school districts have faced unimaginable challenges due to COVID-19, your unwavering commitment, dedication, and service to our students and community is a testament to your character and the resilience of the board. I wish you the best in all your future endeavors. Signed, District 58.
Of course.
Of course.
Next, I would like to have Phoebe Liu, who's representing Los Angeles County Supervisor Janice Hahn.
Hello, everyone, and hello, Board of Education. It's so good to be here, and we're here to congratulate Board President Sophia Say on everything that she's done. Here on behalf of Supervisor Janice Hahn, and we just want to congratulate in recognition of dedicated service to the affairs of the community and for the civic pride demonstrated by numerous contributions for the benefit of all the residents of Los Angeles County. I know this year has been a little tough for you and everybody, with COVID still being in everywhere. So on behalf of Supervisor Janice Hahn, we'd like to present you with this scroll.
Thank you, Phoebe. Next, we would like to have Field Deputy Linda Johnson, representing the Office of Los Angeles County Sheriff Alex Villanueva.
Good evening, Board President and Board members, Superintendent, and the community. Linda Johnson, Field Deputy to Los Angeles County Sheriff Alex Villanueva, who represents the 10 million residents in Los Angeles County. On behalf of the Sheriff, he'd like to present this certificate to Sophia Say in recognition of your service as President of the ABC Unified School Board of Education. Your outstanding efforts to the students, teachers, and staff are a testament of your commitment to academic excellence in education. The men and women of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department join the Sheriff in congratulating you on this momentous occasion for your service to the community and its residents, dated today, December 7th, signed by Alex Villanueva, Sheriff of Los Angeles County.
I also want to recognize Ms. Linda Johnson, our former Vice President for ABC Unified School District. Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for your past service.
I know there's a certificate from Congresswoman Linda Sanchez representing the 38th District of California. Thank you. Next, we will have City of Artesia Mayor Renee Trevino, as well as Artesia's Mayor Pro Tem Reynoso.
Good evening. We're all up here. Okay, good evening, Madam President and esteemed board members. My name is Renee Trevino. I'm the mayor for the city of Artesia, and I consider you a good friend. So I'm very happy to be here tonight. I want to introduce my colleagues, Mayor Pro Tem Melissa Ramoso and Council Member Monica Manalo. I want to thank you tonight on behalf of the 18,000 residents of the city of Artesia for all you've done for our students. You have really been a leader. You've been an innovator, and during a pandemic, it's been very, very difficult and challenging. But I thank you for your energy, your excitement, and your dedication to all the students throughout the entire district, and especially the ones in Artesia. So on behalf of the entire City Council, let me read this. On behalf of the people of Artesia, the City Council hereby commends outgoing Board President Sophia Say for outstanding leadership during your term as Board President. We appreciate your dedication to staying true to the ABC Unified School District mission to develop a community of lifelong learners, creative thinkers, and responsible individuals by providing innovative and high-quality educational programs in a safe and supportive environment. Signed and sealed this 7th day of December, 2021. Thank you so much, my friend.
Next, we will have Cerritos Mayor Grace Hu come to the stage.
Dr. Berisu, board members, and the residents of ABC School District. I'm Grace Hugh, the mayor of Cerritos. Hey, Sophie. on behalf of the city of Cerritos and myself. So I really congratulate you and thank you and everything you did for the school board. So it has been a while. I still remember for your first run for school board. I was one of your big supporters. Anyway, tonight I'm going to present this proclamation to you, and let me read it, okay? Whereas the city of Cerritos takes great pleasure in honoring Sophie Zay for her dedicated service as president of ABC Unified School District Board of Education for the past year. And whereas Sophie Zay was honored for her service during the ABC Unified School District's annual reorganizational meeting on December 7, 2021. And whereas Sophie Zay was elected to ABC Unified School District Board of Education in 2007 and was re-elected in 2011, 2015, and 2020. Hey, 4 times. Good. Whereas Sophie Zay teaches at Compton College, and prior to that was clinical nurse specialist and pediatric nurse practitioner. She believes the educational instruction should develop all aspects of the student, including physical, intellectual, social, and psychological, in order to create a well-rounded individuals. And Sophie Zay valued the importance of parent participation and feels that success in students' education can only occur through strong parental involvement. And therefore, I, Mayor of Cerritos, Grace Hill, and the member of the City Council of the City of Cerritos do hereby recognize Sophie Zay for her dedicated service as a president of ABC Unified School District Board of Education, programmed the 7th day of December 2021, signed by me and the rest of the council members. Congratulations and thank you very much for your service to our school board.
Thank you very much. Next, we will have City of Hawaiian Gardens Mayor Luis Roa.
Good evening, distinguished board. My name is Luis Ra, and I'm here to present this on behalf of the City of Hawaiian Gardens. Sophia Te, I would like to present this certificate of recognition to Sophia Te in honoring your extreme dedication and service as ABCUSD board president. We appreciate the distinguished service and all of the many accomplishments you have achieved while serving as president and also as board member in the past. Has been 24 terms, so I'm assuming 16 years. We thank you for your outstanding leadership and service, compassion, and for the students and parents you serve, especially for the rest of the board, especially during these difficult times of the pandemic. Thank you again, and the certificate is on behalf of the City of Hawaiian Gardens.
Next, we have City of Lakewood Mayor Jeff Wood.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. It's great to see you, especially after 19 months. It's great to be back. And Sophia, look around. The community is here to support you and to recognize you. And looking at those photos, it was really remarkable. You know, we all had to take different leadership roles during this pandemic, so I commend you and your colleagues as well as the other community leaders. And I bring you greetings from the 80,000 residents of the city of Lakewood, which you have a portion in your district along with, of course, Dr. Rios representing the other part. So we know we're the kind of the center of the district and your favorite city. So again, on behalf of the residents and my city council colleagues, Sophia, we just really want to commend you for your board, for your year as president of the board. Congratulations.
Is Council Member Ariel Pei here? No. Okay. Next, we will have City of Norwalk Mayor Jennifer Perez. She's, although not in attendance today, we have a certificate for her. Next, we also have Cerritos College trustee Mariana Pacheco.
Sophia, we want to thank you from the Board of Trustees of Cerritos College and our administration, and we'd like to present you with a certificate of appreciation. I'm going to go ahead and read it. In grateful appreciation to your dedication, service, and leadership as Board President of ABC Unified School District and for your partnership in education with Cerritos College. And we will continue to support each other as we have throughout the past years, and we continue to have you as a wonderful leader. Thank you.
Next, we have Cerritos College trustee, Zurich Lewis.
Don't leave yet. Oh.
Okay. We have ABCFT president, Ray Gear.
Good evening, Sophia and board. On behalf of ABC Federation teachers and your sister nurses and brothers, we want to thank you for all that you've done over the last year. You've been in ABC during some pretty remarkable moments in our recent history. You were president during the AA bond. You were president during kind of the rollout of VB. Dr. Rios got us through the first half of 2020, and you got us through the last half of it. And you've led us wonderfully to come back in the fall, and you've always thought about the students and the teachers and how they work together to get things done in the classroom. They say wisdom comes with experience, and as a senior member of this board, you've shown that all along. Our conversations have always been productive and wonderful, along with all the other board members. And I just, white roses are hope, and they are about love. And we love what you've done for ABC and the teachers and the students of this district. So thank you for your service.
This is my turn to talk now. I wanted to say, Sophia, that you have done a magnificent job throughout this year as president of our Board of Education. I know that you wanted to keep our schools safe and secure and healthy as much as possible. I'm giving you this plaque, President of our School Board of Education in 2021. Thank you so much for your efforts and your time with us throughout this past year. Thank you, Sophia Say.
Yes. Okay.
I'm sorry, first one.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to say, you always give us just enough room as board members, as colleagues, to really express what we're thinking, where we're at. Then you have a way of kind of pulling us back in. And it's great that tonight, there was cake back there. I wish it would have been pie. And the reason why I say that is with Sophia, Board President Say, is her whole thing is everybody should get a piece of the pie, right? And so she always wants to make sure that we're listened to. Sometimes it's something that we can do. Sometimes it's just her listening and saying, you know what, there's nothing we can do, but I hear you. I don't always agree with you or necessarily agree with you, but I respect your opinion. I respect what you have to say. And so I wanted to commend you along with our community here because you've always been a good listener and you've always worked hard, at the very least, to make sure that your board members feel supported and heard by their president. So I wanted to say thank you, and I look forward to continuing to serve with you on the board, and let's get some pie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. It's been an honor.
Thank you, sir. Next one will be our Unity Deck board member, Dr. Hina.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Madam President, I wanted to thank you for your service, for your hard work and dedication you've displayed this past year. There was no precedent or template on how to handle what we've gone through this past year, from having our students transition from virtual learning to the hybrid model, to full-time in-person classes, from having the board transition from meeting virtually to having the board meet in person, to returning to the dais. You poured your heart out into the position of president, and I'd like to commend you on a job well done. Personally, Madam President, I'd like to thank you for mentoring me, for showing me the ropes, and for taking the time to answer my questions and always being available when I needed help. From the bottom of my heart, Madam President, thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir. Mike, I want to thank you too. You're always there, and you and Brett made me very safe in here. Thank you. Next one will be our Vice President, Ms. Su Yu.
Madam President Sophia Say, despite the post-pandemic chaos, fear, stress, and pressure, uncertainty, you pulled us through. Your maternal instinct kicked in, and you immediately went all over. You were like a rabbit running around to gathering information, asking questions, seeking advice, reaching out to neighboring districts and see how they are rolling things out and their progress, and coming back to work with our superintendent, cabinet members, and our schools and our principals for safe and efficient operation. Yes, at times there were so much uncertainties. We had a heated discussion. Parents, panic. Teachers were afraid to come back in person, but we made it through. Thank you. Thank you so much for your leadership. And you have visited more schools and put in more time with meetings and engaging with people this past year as a president than more than anyone. I thank you for your dedication and your compassion and your willingness to set aside all differences, past hurts, and work together. You're a queen of peacemaking and collaboration with all stakeholders. And really deep down in your heart, I know that for you, it's all about the students. And let us continue on that road, all about the students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President Ms. Yu. Thank you. Next one will be our board member, Dr. Rios.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Madam President. I know you have been president before, but I think we can bet that this is probably going to be one of the most unforgettable experiences. This pandemic truly has been a challenge for all of us. I want to echo also in our appreciation. I think there are three things that immediately come to mind, and one of them is your energy and your experience that we've all been able to, that has helped us manage through very difficult situations. Your professionalism, I think I always speak about the fact that we don't always see eye to eye on items, but I think that I've always appreciated that we've always been professional about it. And lastly, your devotion to public service. I think, again, it's been highlighted that you're absolutely devoted to our district and to our communities. So congratulations, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rios. Next one will be a board clerk, Mr. Nishii.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, your leadership this year has been exemplary. I would not even be here but for Sophia Tse having faith in me many years ago and supporting me when other people were out there. And she's always supported people and given people a voice. And that's what I've always admired about you. This year, you have had the biggest challenges. Fires like crazy, right? We had pandemic. We had real fires that burned communities. We had all of these situations that required you to pivot, to be strong, to provide strong principles. We've had protests and everything, but you kept the straight line. That's what's really important. Leaders are compassionate, they're strong, they also listen, and they have good principles. And you have strong principles. You don't waver from them. You have all of these other school board members that have our own opinions. We're like, it's like leading a group like us, it's like crazy cats, right? It's herding cats. It's not an easy thing. But you were able to keep our main idea for the kids. You got us back to school safely. You listened to the parents and their concerns about having as much education as possible. In the middle of a pandemic, we even broke ground on a brand new science building. In the middle of a pandemic. Forget about actually trying to teach. We actually are advancing the educational thing, and that's part of what your legacy will be forever. I will always remember everything that you've done here, and it is sacrificial. It's the hardest job you have ever done, and I think you did a great job, and I'm just so proud to be on the same board with you. So thank you, Madam President, and your family here, who's also sacrificed a lot of time, and your grandkids, who've also had to sacrifice to the district and to the 20,000 other kids that are out there, and the parents. She's been one of those people that I can truly call a good friend, and that's it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Board Clerk Nishii. Thank you. Next one is also our newly elected board member, Mr. Breach.
Thank you. For the last time, Madam President, a title which you really earned. You call me your brother, and I want to thank you for treating me like a brother during my first year on the board. You helped me a lot, and I greatly appreciated it. It was also very beneficial to have a nurse to lead our district during this pandemic, and you were a real asset to the safety of our kids and our staff. Thank you very much for your dedication and hard work to our district. Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you. First, I want to thank you to my colleague for all your kind words to me. I sincerely appreciate. On December 15, 2020, my board colleague trusted in me and voted for me to be ABCUSD board president for 2021. It has almost a year. Wow, a year just went by. I have a sixth very special thank you to give. To our parents and our children, it was not an easy year for any of us. But you, our district, and I did our best, and we made it through. For me, it was a challenging year, but I accepted my role, and I know I did my best. Thank you all for flying with me, and I am about to touch down for landing. I hope you had a great year flying with me. I used to fly because my dad's an Air Force pilot, and everything I was thinking about him. Sitting here today, he reminds me how become a pilot and so important, and I consider myself as a pilot, and this is my co-pilot. So, to Dr. Su and all your cabinet, Dr. Mayfield, Dr. Zillow, Mr. Luan, Dr. Weiss, Ms. Ortiz, Dr. Spring, and Mr. Smith, along with our Ms. Weissman and Ms. Sanchez. Thank you for doing so much for our students. To school principals and staff, I want to thank you for working so hard with me. I want to apologize if I sometimes put you in second, but our students and parents come first. I'm also sorry if I ignore you and you are the content experts, but at times I choose to listen to the community and our families. To my board colleagues, thank you for your trust in allowing me to serve as a pilot, and you as co-pilots. Flying with me everywhere, the trip was like roller coaster with many up and downs. At times, it felt like we were punching bags to the I use a punching bag. I really feel sometimes more. But we came together to do the right thing. Thank you all for your dedication. Dr. Apodaca, I will miss your kind words to me. Dr. Rios, your encouragement and support means so much to me. Vice President Ms. Yu, thank you for reminding me the meeting time and place, for giving me such a positive support. Clerk Nishi, thank you for monitoring the public comments and always ask hard questions. To my news colleagues, Mr. Beach and Dr. Hino, thank you for joining us. We definitely need your point of view and energy. It is my honor to work with you all, and thank you so much. Fourth, to the honorable elected officials are here tonight, I want to thank you for your kind words. I, Sophia, will remember this evening forever. To our guests, parents, and community members, thank you for being involved. Even you did not support my position on issues, I'm glad that you are engaged and involved. Lastly, a special thanks to our communication officer, Mr. Scott Smith. And here I also want to recognize our former Vice President, Ms. Linda Johnson. She was when she was a board member here, she recommended we must have a communication officer. And sister, we follow your wish. And we have our Mr. Smith right here. Mr. Smith. You help make my year as president much easier and look great. When I have one sweetheart, which is my dear husband, who's always there for me. But in 2021 year, I added another sweetheart. I'm sorry, Lai Long. Another sweetheart, which is Mr. Smith. He made me look so good in public. I know you guys are going to laugh. Lai Long, I'm sorry, I didn't let you know this. And across the district. He addresses me like a real president. He helped me with everything. I could not make a safe landing down without your support. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for all your help. Once again, I want to thank you to all of you, and I'm looking forward to serving the next president. I also want to say thank to my husband and my children put up with me. And I think I told Lai Long, I'm going out, I'll be right back. But I never come back. I go one school to another school, and he get used to now. But I run, and versus the Gable and Margaret, I said, I don't know, why are you running, Mom? You could have a good life, you know. But I enjoy it. And finally, Gable admit that. He say, you know, Mom, is that what you want? We'll support you. And I want to thank you to coming here and joining my the last day as the president of ABC. I sincerely appreciate that you put up with me as a mother-in-law. My two other children weren't able to come here. I don't want them to come because they have small children. I'd rather have them stay home. But I really want to tell everyone here, district is our family here. It's our district. We try our best to serve you. Sometimes we really ignore our staff here. I want to apologize that. Once again, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Next one, we'd like to have recognize our special guest. I'm going to one by one. If I miss anyone, please forgive me. Okay. We have a Viviana Gomez. Oh, we have I think we're adding a legislative policy board advisory, which is my board member, Ms. Melinda Sims. Melinda, are you there? Thank you. And I have a gift for you. Don't go, okay? We also have our Strategy Planning Board Advisory member, Anata. I always have a hard time to pronounce your last name. Ramachandran. Anata, are you here? I think it's all the way to the back. Anata, yeah. And we also have Planning Commissioner of Cerrito, which is Carla Gil. Oh, Anata, would you like to speak a few words? Oh. Okay. Oh, she asked it before. Okay. Before Anata, can I also want to introduce a few guests, and I'll give the floor to you if you don't mind. Sorry about sir. We have a Cerrito City Council member, Frank Yokoyama. I think he's here in the back. I also have two best friends here today. Dana Needham was our three-term mayor in Cerrito. Dana Needham. Thank you. And I have one more friend, which is currently so optimist president now, Norma Williamson. Norma, are you here? Probably she left it. Thank you, Norma. Thank you. So now I'm giving back to, oh, we have one more special guest. I am so sorry. We have Hank Trumbull, and that is from the City Hall Hawaiian Garden. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah. Oh, Sally. Oh, our former Atisha mayor is also here, Sally Flowers. Oh, wow. Wow, I'm honored. I'm really honored. Thank you, Sally. And she's one of my best friends, too. So. From where? From Danny. Oh, Danny put the palm. Can you stand up, please?
Dandy DePaula from Dandy and Friends.
From Danny and Friends. Thank you again, Danny. Oh, I see now. Now I know. That's my friend. We also have.
Madam President, should we just have the entire audience stand up? Because they all represent
I know.
an
I think I
interest in our
mentioned we'll
district,
have
and they're all very
a planning
important.
commission of Cerrito, Carla Gilheis. Is here? Carla?
She's in the back.
In the back. Well, I'm so, Carla, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I missed calling you. Apologize for that. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Now I give the floor back to you, Anata, please.
Honorable President and the school board members, it's my pleasure to actually congratulate President Say on our 1-year completion of the President of ABCUSD. I want to tell a small introduction of how I met President Say. Fast backward, many years ago, I was here in this ABCUSD representing the parents of the Whitney High School, asking for lunch tables and lunch umbrellas and water fountains and whatnot, and also for other amenities for Cerritos High School and Carmenita High School. It was a very tumultuous occasion because there was this budget conversation going on in the ABC board, and they had some appropriation left unspent. How are we going to spend that money? Where do we put that money? There was a lot of debate going back and forth, and to be frank, at that point I did not succeed in convincing the board to get the umbrellas and the water fountains and whatnot. But I remember that day when the meeting ended, President Say came and met me afterwards and said, you know what? This is not the end of the story. You can continue. There are opportunities to get what you want, and all you need to do is persist. And that was a great advice, and we did follow that, and we did get everything that we wanted, thanks to the board and thanks to Dr. Mary Sue, the superintendent. Thank you very much. But the point is, that is the character of President Say, a relentless person who works for the benefit of the community. And I am very glad that I could know her personally. And thank you very much for your service. Appreciate that.
Thank you. And Anata helps me a lot about budget and policy. I want to thank you so much. Always behind my back and help me and support me. Thank you, Anata. So I believe this is we're going. Oh, Melinda, do you want to say something here? I have your name here. Ms. Sim? Okay. I didn't mean to ignore you. You're my favorite community members. Thank you, though. I think we're going to the recess. We will have a recess for a half hour. Please join us in the foyer for a reception. I want to appreciate all the honorable officials here, and also people back in there. Enjoy some coffee and chocolate that we made it for you, and please stay if you can. But I am aware that you was busy too, so I'm asking my board member. We're going to take half-hour recess. Okay, thank you. Oh, definitely. Dr. Apodaca is for all, for everyone.
to memory I can't recall. So fill to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. If I had money enough to spend and leisure time to sit a while, there is a fair maid in this town who sorely has my heart beguiled. Her rosy cheeks and ruby lips alone she'll holds my heart enthralled. Then fill to me the parting glass. Good night and God be with you all. Oh, all the comrades that e'er I've had, they're sorry for my going away. And of all the sweethearts that e'er I had, they'd wish me one more day to stay. But since it falls into my lot that I should rise and you should not, I'll gently rise and softly call. Good night and God be with you all. So fill to me the parting glass. Good night and God.
Okay, let's get going.
Okay, hold on one second.
I can't be heard all night long.
And Dr. Seuss sees candy. I just want to let public know our board recess coming. We're coming back here to the open section, please. And there's, ladies and gentlemen, and back, we do have more room in the front. If you want to move forward, we'd be glad to have you to come to the front. We still create a space between each others. Thank you, Tuan. Before I turn the meeting over to Dr. Su, as board president, I have one minor changes. We will have 3 public comments. We'll have 1 public comment, which is for the reorganization, and this will be 30 minutes, and will be 3 minutes per person. If you have come together as one matter, I would like to please help us. It's going to be a long day here. And we do have elected official here. We do have some parents with the small children here, and they also have some other thing concerned. I really don't want to hold them too long in here. So the first public comment before the organization will be 30 minutes and 3 minutes per person.
Board President, I think we have more than 10. How many public comments do we have, Clerk Nishi?
Madam President, it seems that just for this issue, and I don't know exactly, it looks like
For the reorganization?
for just the reorganization, we have 18. So
18 minutes.
that will only, if we do 30 minutes, that will only give them
I like
10
to.
people
Okay.
will be able to speak out of
In
the
that
18.
case, I do have to consider we have so much elected official here. How about with this? We do 2 minutes per person, because remember we have the second public comment after the new after we reorganize. We have the second public comment. Then we also have another public comment at the end of the day. And I don't want to drain my my colleague here, if you don't mind, and support me this matter. So we give, we'll give 3 minutes out of this 18. And any other after that, I would like to have them to come back to second public comment. Okay. Am I clear with everyone, my colleague here? Before I change my seats. Okay, thank you for the respect. So I want to publicly understand the first public comment regarding reorganization. We will have total, give you 3 minutes per person out of the total 18 here. 3 times 18, that was already 54 minutes already. So I want people to understand that.
And,
Okay.
and it may be less, I just don't know exactly.
Yeah, but I think I'm going to leave this 18 people right now for this first
Okay.
one. And then they can stay, because I do have to consider my official colleague here is being waiting, like to see what's happening, who's going to be the newly elected president. So, Ernie, I'm
So
sorry,
Madam
Clerk
President,
Nishi.
I'm just going to give a warning at the 1 minute mark.
1 minute
That's
and
it.
3 minutes and 0. Once you get to 0 minutes, and I want you to stop. Okay, and please.
Okay, the first public, should I read the public comments?
No.
We'll go.
Speak first.
Go ahead.
First, I would like to conduct the election of the president of the board. After election of the president, I will turn the meeting over to the new president for the election of the vice president, the clerk, as well as the secretary to the Board of Education. Before we begin tonight, I would like to have a process that we can have an opening of our public comments about this agenda item for the election of the board officers. Clerk Nishi.
So the first public comment is from Margaret Che. However, I'm going to just quickly read the back of here, just so people understand the particular rules that we have for our school board. So adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical handicap, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee, regardless if that identification is by name, position, or other reference. Such comments may be presented through the proper administrative channels. Disruptive, abusive, or boisterous remarks may not be made. So we don't want to hear lots of clapping and things like that. Because we need to continue to have this meeting, we need to have it on time. Persistence in such conduct will be grounds for summary termination of their right to address us. So for the first one is Margaret Che. And if you could wait in line, the next one is Hank Trimble and Charlene Hebert. Just wait in line and I'll call the next 3 after that. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Margaret Che. I want to thank the ABC School Board for giving me an opportunity to voice my take and concerns as an Asian American parent and a future grandparent over the educational system. I am Sue Yu's sister's best friend for the last 46 years. I have known Sue since she was in elementary school. We lived in the same neighborhood growing up. As most of the immigrants first start off a new life in the United States, Sue's parents, as well as mine, have settled down in the impoverished location in the greater part of Los Angeles. We have gone to the same school with kids from all racial and cultural backgrounds, including Asians, Hispanics, Afro-Americans, Caucasians, and Pacific Islanders. These kids were all in one melting pot, befriending, studying, playing, and learning together. Although we were from different cultural and economic backgrounds, there was a hidden respect for one another, clearly seen in our interactions with one another. It wasn't easy intermingling with such differences that sometimes separated us, but it also bridged us together most of the time, as there was understanding and accepting dynamics that were created between students. This was the ground where Sue and my basic foundation of embracing and celebrating our friends from different race and cultural backgrounds. Sue definitely had passion and zeal for other ethnicities even back then. She always strove to be the best. Sue was and is a leader that when it is the right thing to do, she is not afraid to stand firm for it. She is not afraid to stand firm for it to ensure unity. Combination of Sue's compassion, passion, and intellect has shown since youth. My own kids are all grown up and have become responsible citizens of the United States.
1 minute.
They will have kids of their own in the future. For my future grandkids, I would really want to see a school system that still believes and acts on the fundamental values of the educational system. That values education is an explicit attempt to teach about values that are inculcation, moral development, analysis, values clarification, and action learning. Value education is a stimulated process through which we impart value-based education, moral education, and character education, morals, and theory-based training. I understand that the world has changed since my kids have gone to school, but I still believe in the fundamental values and good of man, no matter what socioeconomic background or culture one is from.
Time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board. My name is Hank Trimble, and currently I am a pastor in the City of Hawaiian Gardens at New Hope Community Church, but in January, New Hope will no longer be there. It will be called Faith Christian Fellowship Church, and I will be the senior pastor at the church, so I'm excited about that. And formerly, I was a mayor of Hawaiian Gardens, where I worked closely with a lot of you, and I had a great time. I'm proud of the work you're doing. I've worked personally with Sue Yu in ministry, and as she came to our city quite a few times for our meetings, and I enjoyed working with her. She's done a lot for our children in our community, and I know that, Tess, you did a great job. You were tough. I know, Sue, you're a tough person yourself. You weathered some storms, and you keep ticking. So I'm looking forward. I hope you are our next president, because tough times are ahead, and I just want to thank you. I think God has prepared you for such a time as this. So I want to thank you for accepting the responsibility. I know you serve the community effortlessly because you love it. You love children, and you just do it. That's what you do. And I want to thank your husband for supporting you, and I want to thank your God. So God bless you, and thank you very much.
Excuse me. Charlene Hebert.
Thank you. As a retired professor and a pastor, I am appreciative of the time you are giving me as I speak about our school values at this hearing. My topic is, are the school's values based on truth, tradition, freedom, and high-quality rigor in the classroom to give the children hope and a future, applied and made priorities by the school board? That's my topic. In the last few months, I had a chance to meet parents and hear about their values for their children. Over 85% of the answers have the same content, which is seeking objective truth, keeping tradition, living in God-given freedom. the mandate vaccine has to be gone. They desire a high-quality, robust education for their children so they can achieve success and live a prosperous life. These parents expect their school boards to help carry out these child-centered values. How can parents be assured that the education in their local public schools meets their expectations? A good place to start is by electing effective school board members who espouse those same values in their schools. The parents also need to keep the school boards accountable for teaching those values in their schools. The parents understand that education without values, as useful as it is, seems rather a more clever devil. Among the school board members, Su Yu is very supportive and communicative of these values that parents desire for their children. She has a history of supporting students, parents, and families of various cultural and ethnic backgrounds, producing countless high-achieving students of character.
1 minute.
Character, content of character. There are countless testimonies regarding the dedication to education and her pursuit for objective truth that aligns with the parents' values for their children. The parents in these communities demand the ABC School Board to ensure that school districts are responsible for their values to be highly prioritized and implemented. So you understand that if you seek truth, unchangeable truth, not your truth or my truth, as I always say, there's truth and there's opinion. In the end, you will find comfort, but if you seek convenient expediency, you will find neither comfort nor truth, but instead utopian, wishful thinking, lacking substance and productivity.
Time.
Thank you for your time.
So again, I need to remind the audience that we need to keep going. So that doesn't specifically say, is staff concerned regarding the presidency? Mr. Jernigan? Mr. Jernigan, Yamashita, and Gonzalez. So it says staff concern. Is it related to the current agenda item, the presidency, or not? No. Okay, so then I will put that aside to the second public comments. Vicky Yamashita, is this regarding the current agenda item or not? No? Okay. Matt Gonzalez, this is good. Is this regarding the current agenda item? Yes. Regarding the selection of the president?
I'm not sure. I heard my name, though.
Yes, so is your concern, your discussion going to be regarding the transition?
My concern is regarding the CTE.
Okay, so we'll put you to the next section. Thank you.
Thank you.
It doesn't say, so it just says William Stetcher, CJ Nikdow, and Fatima Parani. This one says concerned parent. William Stetcher, is this related to the transition or is this related to something different? Great. CJ Nikdad? Great, thank you. Fatima Parani? Okay. Catherine George, Robert Garrett, and Joan Pileman. So Catherine Garcia. Catherine Garcia? Is this related to the president election currently? Okay, please come to the podium. Thank you.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
You may begin.
Good afternoon to all community, board members, people in the room. My name is Catherine Garcia Guerrero. I am a junior at Whitney High School, and I am here in regards to the ethnocentric comments made by Suyu. Please let me explain. I've always been blessed to have grown up in such a diverse community where we all get the opportunity to learn from everyone's heritage and backgrounds. And I've always believed that it has always been so important to have such a diverse student body community and that we always give the same amount of respect no matter what the background. This brings me to the point of the ethnocentric remarks made by Vice President, where she was participating in a partisan Republican event taking place in October of this year. And during this meeting, she was heard saying the following ethnocentric remarks towards minorities, for example, towards Hispanics, and I quote, "I would ask them to stop having quinceañeras and stop going on vacation and save their money for tutoring," end quote. As a Hispanic and Latina myself, I am appalled that a board member whom represents the school district I am under would make such a comment toward my ethnic group, but also how she was still willing to say such a thing even when 46% of the student population under the ABCUSD is made up of Hispanics and Latinos. However, this isn't the only time that she had made ethnocentric remarks. She has previously made a comment as well relating to the teaching of slavery on how the education system shouldn't make this generation feel bad about something that happened in the past. And these comments have no place in the quoting of a school board member. And this is not me speaking as a minority myself, but as a human being who wants to feel represented by all school board trustees. I firmly believe in freedom of speech, yes, but just because you have a legal right to say something doesn't mean you are free of repercussions. This is a trend that we've been seeing with people making insensitive statements without repercussion, and anyone who makes these culturally insensitive remarks has no place on the board. According to the ABCUSD strategic plan slides, under Direction 4 on ensuring a safe, caring, nurturing, and culturally responsive environment for all students, those involved must provide a welcoming school environment, which is not what we have, unfortunately, promote the use of culturally responsive strategies aimed at improved communication, and support equitable practices and policies that create positive learning conditions for all students. And the board member in question, I regret to say, does not sound like or exercise the 3 points mentioned in the strategic plan. According to page 3 of the ABCUSD board bylaws, in the section of the rules of the board, rule number 3 states that a board member must ensure accountability to the local community, including personnel. And rule 4, providing community leadership and advocacy at a local and state and national levels on behalf of children and public
Time's up.
education. Please, board members, please speak out. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Roger Garrett?
I appreciate being here today, and I appreciate what the school district has done for my family. My children were raised in this city. I've been here for 46 years, and it's been a great way to get an education for my children. In regard to what was just said, I'd like to make a few comments. I think one of the problems, we do have free speech in this country, and we want to make sure that we keep it. We also have cultural differences, and I think sometimes we don't understand other cultures, and we need to realize that. How often, how much do we know about not only the Hispanic culture, but also the Korean culture, and all different Asian cultures and so on. And I think in addressing what was just said, sometimes there are a lot of things I don't know. Sometimes maybe some of the things I say. Well, I'm in support of Sue Yu. I've known her for quite a while, I think at least 10 years. She was on the community prayer breakfast committee with me. And I can say that Sue Yu has a great heart, and whatever is said might have been misunderstood or whatever, but it came from her heart. You know, she is an education, and she's been an education for much of her life, teaching others. And the bottom line, we all know the only way for any of us to get ahead and you're all well-educated here, and our audience is well-educated, is to have a good education. And Sue Yu is dedicated to helping others get a better education and to move ahead. I'm proud to say that I'm a great supporter of Sue, and I think of her as being a great friend. And I'm happy to say to you that I'm finished.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett.
Madam President, if I may, please. Yes. Point of order. I really want to apologize to the student who spoke earlier. That was a very unfortunate display that happened earlier. I'd like to respectfully please ask our audience, we have a clerk here that's going to be mindful of the time. That student is why we're all here.
Yeah.
So I would like to ask a little bit more respect for our speakers. We all have different opinions, but respect should be an absolute given. And thank you, young lady, for coming up to speak. And again, I apologize. That was terrible.
I support that too, and I want to, expecting our audience, you adult in here, please, this is your kids and our kids here. Respect them. Thank you. And by the way, I'm not the president.
Ms. Peilman.
I defer to Janice Dawson, my time, and I have her card.
I don't see Janice Dawson's card in here.
I'm sorry, Joe, because what happened is we'll have within 18 limits here, because we have
No, we have others.
elections too, but we will set up the 18.
Right.
That's why the
There were
people.
out of 18, 5 of them were something else, remember?
There were 4 or 5 people who said they were not talking on the topic currently, so you have extra time.
But
And I'm
there's
deferring
some
my
cards
time
in
to
there
Janice
too, though.
Dawson, and there's more cards here
I
in the tin.
understand that. I had just trying to be fair. I understand it very well. There are some other costs in there, so we have to consider that. They put the card before.
Ernie did that before.
Okay.
I just want to be fair. Yeah. Okay.
Ernie did that before.
Ernie did that before, but still, today we're going to be fair. Yeah.
Are you saying that my time is starting now?
Once you start talking, I think our board clerk will start initiate the time for you. Yeah.
She's wishing to defer to
Janice Dawson. Oh,
Janice Dawson, so I'm thinking that should be acceptable.
yeah, I think so too.
That's
Yeah.
acceptable?
Yeah, absolutely.
you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Janice Dawson, and I'm a member of the community. And I've known Mrs. Yu for several years. And I know my granddaughter went to her for tutoring for a while there. And just by the way she works with the students, you know that she's very comfortable with all the children. And her dedication with these children and making sure they're all successful is, you can tell it's very apparent. And her goal is that these children will learn. And education is the way for them to move on ahead. And they have to be successful. They can't, you can't just say that's okay, all these other things don't count. But education is the way that they'll get ahead. And so I could see with Mrs. Yu that this is something that is very important to her. And, from the last meeting, I don't remember the date now, but when her former students came forward and said, the kind of role model that she was to them and the way she treated them, with such respect for them and their parents, she went to their homes. And so, all this other talk of, all this other racism business, it just, hurt my heart to hear that. So, you've all worked with her for several years now. So you know that, that never came up. So I cannot imagine how this would affect, her being selected as president continuing on. Because I really believe she would be a wonderful president for this group. And because that is her goal, to be, if you're the ABC leader, your goal is to help the children, all of them. It doesn't matter what color they are, you must help all of them to be successful. And the way to get there is through education. Well, thank you very much.
Is there still time? Half a minute?
I just zeroed her out. I can give you a minute.
A minute?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take it. This is December 7th. It's a day of infamy. President Roosevelt declared it 80 years ago. Hopefully, this day will not be a day of infamy for ABC. All of you sitting on this dais bring your own baggage, convictions, opinions, experiences that shape you and your decisions. All of you have sat together, some longer than others, trying to work for the best education for all students, no matter what their backgrounds. You all represent your communities, your voting districts. The old typical stereotypes are falling by the wayside. We're educating not only our children, but ourselves to look beyond the faces, the color of the skin. Look into the characters of the people that you are dealing with. Rumors are just rumors.
That would be
Gossip. Time?
That would be time. However, if if the holder of the election enables more speakers, then you would get the other 2 minutes back. If we allow more
I just
speakers.
about
Right now
have
we're at
30
18.
seconds. Don't listen to the rumor. It's just noise. Name calling is not acceptable, not
Wait,
tolerated
stop.
ever. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, that is not appropriate in any situation, and the president had discussed that already. It doesn't matter if it's pro or against. No one should be making out calls, and we will ask the sheriff to come in here to enforce that. Thank you. This rule is across the board. Daisy Lagasca, Gabriel Dominguez, and Rosa Peters. Although I'm going to ask Gabriel Dominguez, is it related to the transition? Okay. And Rosa Peters, is it related to the transition? Yes? Okay, come on up then. Thank you, Daisy.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Daisy Lagasca, a mom of 3 girls who are from the ABCUSD. I am here because I'm so concerned about what's going on in our school. I have work tonight, unfortunately, but I have to call to just go later. I made 5 minutes, but I have to just. So anyway, I am here to say about my comment for Ms. Suyu. We want to have a school board president who can stand for our kids, who can understand us parents, who has the experience, the knowledge, the heart, the ability to do the job. And I am talking about Ms. Suyu, who is the vice president, and hopefully, it's my birthday tomorrow, she will be voted to be the president. Some are criticizing her for no basis. They were not there on that event, but they are just basing whatever they hear from other people who are not even there again. Ms. Suyu was the president. We have to remember she was the president during the BB. The famous BB was passed. She helped so many kids, and I heard the last time I came here how she helped them with their scholarship, with their schools. And this is what, as a mom, as a community leader, a school board, and not to forget a church leader, she believes the importance of education. Ms. Suyu, I thank you for those works and believing in our kids. So I am challenging.
1 minute.
I am challenging each one of you on the board to please set aside your political whatever and use your heart. I don't want to say it, but to please vote for Ms. Suyu. Thank you.
Gabriel Dominguez? Gabriela?
Gabriella, thank you. It grew back. I'm a girl again. Okay. Oh, God. Oh, Lord. I'm so nervous, like if I was up there. Oh, Lord, okay. My name is Gabriela Dominguez. I was at the event where the quinceañera comment was made. I went to the event because I wanted to know more about CRT and the so-called porn ed that I call it that the district was implementing. My truth tells me that her comment was taken out of context. She also apologized for her words. She was trying to tell Latino parents to make sacrifices such as invest in your child's education. That is why my parents with 6 kids came to this country to give their 6 kids a better education. All I knew about Sue Yu was that she was the Measure BB lady, that everybody was so happy, that she passed BB, and that was going to update our science labs, and each school was going to get whatever, they thought was necessary. All religious faiths turn away from hate. Our kids are sent to school to be taught about core subjects such as English, math, science, history, and the arts. We should not be teaching implicit bias so our kids can hate their friends, because if we do, we will become the hate we claim to abhor. I attended the Latino Family Circle where I learned that 40% of students in ABC are Latinos. I learned that in grades 3 to 11 in the English CAS, Latinos score 1.3 points above standard, while the district average is 39 points above standard. That is a 38-point disparity gap. That means that we Latinos are on the floor. We're scoring below blacks, whites, Asians, and everything we want to call, everything in between. There is a dire need for this district and board to help Latinos. Why is there such a disparity? One of the reasons is many of our Latino parents still sign with an X. We all know somebody who signs with an X, can't read English. And of the parents that were allowed to go to school in Mexico, or most completed their education at 5th grade. Instead, I am reading that teachers are frustrated because of the tsunami of professional development sessions for teachers. After 17 months of kids being taught at home and finally being back on campus, who thought this would be a good idea to take the teacher out of the classroom? President Biden's administration and our governor gave districts money for students' learning loss due to COVID, not for teacher professional development. We parents do not give you the right to take the money away from our students.
1 minute.
Funding instead should be spent on getting supports and resources for our lower performing students and tutoring. My child is getting a D&D, history, chemistry, and math. My little one, it says urgent intervention. How is one teacher or an intervention specialist or a teacher going to help all these students? We need tutoring. That's where the money needs to go. Avid money, different things for our kids. I have since learned that Sue Yu has built a career on helping students, including underprivileged students, reach their goal. It takes a lot of courage for Latinos to go to a parent conference, let alone a board meeting. But last month, I saw that mom that spoke Spanish defend her friend Sue Yu. She came and she spoke in Spanish. That takes a lot of courage for us. It's embarrassing that we can't speak English and we don't have the education, the words. And Sue Yu made it possible for these kids not to be statistics, are Latinos. That is her record, her reputations, and Latinos need that kind of support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rosa Peters, Lou Gentilomo, and Alex Alcantar.
Okay, so I'm going to say 2 different topics, so keep my card in there for the next one.
Oh,
Just letting you guys know.
okay.
Okay, so good evening. My name is Rosa Peters, and I'm the parent of 3 boys currently attending school at ABC Unified. Miss Yu I'm here to support Miss Yu. Miss Yu has devoted her career in educating adolescents in our diverse community. She has established her college consulting firm and education system to assist children in furthering their educational goals. Miss Yu is a pillar of our community, as she is invested in our community and passionate in our children's education. She is a firm believer of educating our children by encouraging them to better themselves. Miss Yu is the type of leadership we need in our school board, as she is knowledgeable of what our children need in order to succeed in life. I want my children to be successful, and I believe this is what we all strive for as parents and as a community. We need to emphasize of what is important for our children to learn in our schools, such as science, technology, engineering, math, and art. These subjects are necessary for college, or even if they decide not to attend college, they have these skills to be successful in life, and that's what I want for my children. And I also wanted to say another thing. I am first generation born here
in the U.S. My parents are Mexican, and the comment that Ms. Suyu had made, there's nothing offensive. Because yes, in our community, in our Hispanic culture, we do tend to, save a lot of money just for that quinceañera, and that is a fact. And a lot of parents don't realize that education is a priority in order for us to be successful. And what she addressed, there's nothing to be, I'm not offended. A lot of the moms are not offended. It's something that we all know, especially as a Mexican American. I understand there's nothing insensitive what she said. She said the truth. And she meant well. She meant that we do need to support our children. And I agree with that. And I thank you, Ms. Suyu. Thank you.
Lou Gentilomo.
Good evening, board members. I'm a 50-year resident of this area. My children and grandchildren have gone through the ABC school district, and I've known Sue for 8 to 10 years. Not once have I heard a racist, bigoted, homophobic word out of her mouth, and I don't think any of you board members have either. And that's about all I have to say. I support Sue Yu to become your new board president. She's going to do a magnificent job, has an outstanding record of education and supporting the community. And that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Alcantar.
Good evening. My name is Alex Alcantar. I'm a current parent of a current student in the district. I have two separate comments. One is as a parent, as an individual, and that is I stand in opposition of making Sue Yu president of the board tonight. I think that the comments that she made, and I've seen video, the comments that she made were insensitive and divisive. They don't appropriately represent this board or this district. They're not disputed. She made comments about Latinos. She made comments about the black community, about slavery, about having to get over slavery. And I don't think that represents this district well, and I don't stand in support of her as president. I'm going to move on to a second comment, which is pertinent to this discussion. It's a quick statement on behalf of several groups which I'm a part of. The Diversity and Inclusion Committee of the Whitney High School Foundation for Educational Excellence, in conjunction with the Whitney High School Latino Parents Association and the Whitney High School Black Alumni Association, wish to state the following in response to comments made by ABC School Board Vice President Sue Yu at a recent meeting of the Cerritos Republican Club. Number one, we wish to condemn comments made by leaders in our community that are divisive, culturally insensitive, or that are otherwise disparaging in tone. We will not stand idly by while members of our district and community are excluded or diminished. Number two, we wish to extend our support to students, families, faculty, and staff who exist in marginalized sectors of our community. We believe that everyone is integral to building an environment of learning in the district and community. And number three, we wish to recognize the hurt and the harm that these comments have created. We refuse to let these comments speak for us. Thank you very much.
Board Member Mr. Nishii.
So, Madam President, the 18 that were previously here, although not all 18 actually were part of the group.
We agree for 1 minute, 1 hour, am I right, for the first public comment?
We didn't actually have a comment. We said 18.
Mm-hmm.
So not 18 spoke. I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
How many you passed by, even though those people, they're not including in this
These are
organization?
part of the general public comment section, so I took them out because they need to speak about the specific agenda item that we have. So
doesn't matter.
We do have room for more comments.
Yeah, because
to
we're
fill the
thinking about the
18.
1 hour, that we agree with that, that's the board comments.
I don't think it was an hour. I think it was 18.
18, okay.
And we are at whatever number I just previously noted.
So you said how many we have left now?
I believe I have one in my hand, and I don't know if there's another one in the box.
I don't think we can take no more because we over 1 hour already there.
Actually, it's only been half an hour. From
No,
8:30
it's more
now.
than that. No, we start earlier.
I had 8:30. That we started?
Yeah.
So
more
that'd
than
be
that,
half
earlier.
hour.
35 minutes.
So do you want to have
You
one
do
more
the
comment?
last one, just for the last one. Yeah, should be finished last one, yeah.
Okay,
Please.
last one is Eddie Salcido.
Good evening, board members and members of the community. I believe if it was 18 and 11 strokes, that means that 7 more people should be able to speak within this time period, regardless of the time allocation. I just wanted to have a point of reference for everyone before you vote. It has been stated by Ms. Yu and this board and legal counsel for the city, or excuse me, for the board, that Ms. Yu did not represent herself as a board member at the event in question, where she made the comments that have been publicly displayed. Everyone has seen the videos, everyone's heard the commentary. But as a matter of fact, she received the invitation from Dean Gross on September 6th. She replied on September 6th. And at the bottom of the email, her response, it says, thank you. I plan to attend. Thank you for the invitation. And at the bottom of the email, it says, Sue Yu, board member, ABC Unified School District. This was obtained by a Freedom of Information request, so it was provided by the board, or excuse me, by the school district. So this does in fact show that she responded with the email that she uses as a board member, and it does have her signature as a board member. So everything else aside, what she said, the comments that she made, it was stated that she did not represent the ABC Unified School Board at that event, which in fact she responded with her official signature. You all have copies of this, I'm sure. As far as my comments earlier about time, I apologize for that to everyone out here. Everyone out here was rude to the Whitney student. I'm glad that it was brought up by Dr. Rios that that was rude. It was rude of me, so I apologize for that. I'm not going to question the intentions of what Ms. Yu said. I've spoken to you previously on multiple occasions, and you know my opinions very well. Thank you, Mr. Nishi. I'm not saying resignation. I'm not saying condemnation. I'm just saying let her have an opportunity to learn. Cultural ignorance is not an excuse. Whether her intentions were, hey, I don't really know the Latino community, the Hispanic community, that's not an excuse. Just let her learn. So I'm asking that the board does the right thing. You don't have to reprimand her. We don't need a censure or anything like that. But she's not fit to be the president. She can build the trust of the entire community. And most importantly, the community that actually has kids in the district. I have kids in this district for the next 10 years, 11 years. Looking at the crowd, I don't think anyone in this room has kids. Maybe 10% of the people in this room have kids in the district. Their voices, okay, 25%. Thank you, grandkids. All I'm asking is, Miss Yu, just keep learning, right? We talked about learning. Congratulations on your business.
Time's up.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
At this time, I would like to declare nominations open for the position of board president. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Sue. With the natural progression, motion to nominate Sue Yu as next board president. She has the experience, the knowledge, and the know-how to run this board.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Ernie Nishi.
decline that.
Are there any other nominations?
I would like to nominate Sophia Say.
Point of order, our board bylaws don't allow a president to serve 2 years in a row.
We can amend those bylaws.
Not at the moment.
Not this moment. I appreciate sincerely your trust in me. I really appreciate. Dr. Rios, I think I will give up this time too. Thank you very much, sir. Ma'am.
I have one more nomination. I nominate Dr. Chris Apodaca.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
Well, I'm honored for it. I've done the job before. I didn't like it. It damn near killed me. That said, Dr. Rios, it is also with a heavy heart, right, that I accept this nomination, or that I sit here for her nomination. However, I am not the leader that this district needs. I have my doubts, obviously, whether or not she is. However, I personally would not be able to commit to this job because I know what it takes. But I'm honored for it, so thank you. But I decline.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations?
I nominate Brad Beach. I think you can see my point.
I was about to nominate you.
Well, I accept the nomination.
Well, there's a nomination on the floor, so he has to respond.
I appreciate the nomination, but I'm going to decline until we vote on the first one. Thank you.
Are there any other nominations?
Point of clarification. So if he's deferring to the vote, you're saying that you want to see whether or not she prevails, and then you would be up. You would win by, I think you would probably win by de facto. You understand that?
I decline at this time, and we could do nominations later if necessary.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations? Can we do a roll call?
There is one, Dr. Sue.
We have 2 Olgas already, and number 8, that will be Dr. Chris Apodaca.
I nominate Dr. Olga Rios.
I accept the nomination.
Okay, we have 2 nominations, Sue Yu and Dr. Olga Rios. For the first nomination, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Madam President, or can we have at least a discussion as it relates to, that the public got to talk? Can the board discuss before we vote?
You know, there's no discussion. Actually, when you, as the reorganization, elect a new president, normally we don't make any comments.
We also normally don't have public
We do
comments.
have discussion on anything we vote.
Okay.
Point of order.
Okay. What do you think, you guys?
Just a little discussion. Otherwise, I'm going to make a nomination then.
Okay. You know, we respect
Guessing you want to go first?
You want to go first?
Ha ha ha.
Go ahead.
Yes. This is a very difficult night for me. I think that the times are different. There's something called tradition, and I respect tradition and the regular law that requires a regular progression of things. Suyu is a great leader. She sacrificed during the BB bond her own office. She was the president during the facilities, and we've gotten to actually break ground this year on a science building and see a beautiful football field come to life before us. She speaks Spanish. I don't speak Spanish. She can speak to her students, and I think her intentions are important. She has the best of intentions. But I saw the video. I actually watched the video. Thanks to Mr. Smith, he specifically gave me a good portion of it. And as it relates to the quinceañera, that's one issue. But in the law, we have something called effect on hear. It's not the truth of the matter asserted therein. It's not true that she believes anything bad about people. Her intentions and motives are honorable and great, and I believe that she would make a great leader and president during all normal times. But I remember I went to CSBA, and the president of CSBA passed away. But she passed away, and she said something about what was her decision based upon. Her decision was based upon the kids. Everything that she did was based upon the kids. And the second speaker that was up there was Dr. Victor Rios. And Dr. Victor Rios had a principal that had the best of intentions, probably the top principal in the whole country. But he said something to a child unintentionally that affected that child negatively. He said, "Look at me in the eye." And the child would not look at him in the eye because it was a sign of respect that you don't look at people in the eye. According to that culture, you don't look at people in the eye. And because of that, the principal set him aside and said, "You know what? You're out of school. You have not respected me. You've not respected my culture and my understandings. And therefore, you're out of here." And that kid gave up. That kid got involved in gangs, and his friends were murdered and killed. And so my problem is that there was a statement that was said about white kids and 250 years of history. And I understand the intent of what she said. The intent of what she said was honorable. It is perfectly right what she said about that. But it's the effect on the hearer, right? And so I had some very intelligent parents call me and say, "Ernie, how could you have somebody up here make those statements about kids?" And I said, "Well, look at her motives, look at her intentions." But the problem is not every kid's going to do that, right? Can you imagine being a kid in our district, there's not a lot of them, but a person of color, and you hear that your board president had said something like this? It's not for the truth of the matter that what she actually believed, but we have these people that expanded this whole thing out and blew it up and made it big. And I think if I told my mom, "Please forget about what happened 75 years ago during World War II," my mom would be very upset at me. It's the effect on the hearer. That kid who sees that she is the president during this year, during a time of COVID, during a time of turmoil, it's not the right time. And so I think that tradition is important, but in this case, sometimes we don't follow tradition because there was also a tradition of slavery, and we decided to change that. There was a tradition that I broke when I became the president of the school board. I was just a board member, and they elevated me to president like that. And it's because maybe the conditions of the time cause us or require us to think about what we're actually doing here rather than just follow the road. Again, I believe that she is the best qualified person here to do this, but it's the effect on the hearer, it's the effect on the kids that are out there. They're going to see that our school board president said something, and they're not going to get the whole story. That's the problem. They're just going to hear the bad parts. So it really pains me because I know she would be great in the math field. I know she's going to be great with everything in education. And I'm sure you can actually get this election, that's fine. But I worry about the kids that are going to see that and give up. And I know there's going to be some kids that are motivated and work harder. I get that as well. But I want to, I'd have to just respectfully say that as my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Sue.
Thank
That's
you.
all.
Next, we have Vice President Sue Yu.
Thank you. Thank you, Ernie, for your kind words. And I want to thank you for, trusting and electing me, nominating me. I do take this public service very seriously, but I do want to share my side of the story, which I never have because I didn't want to be defensive or fight. But tonight, I want to take some time to do that, if you allow me to. For 3 months, every board meeting I was attacked with accusations and putting words into my mouth, demanding my resignation and efforts to assure that I am not elected as president. And tonight, I'm fine either way, whether I get elected or I don't. But there's few things that I do want to share with the public. It is my freedom to attend any meeting as I please. This is America, United States. We immigrated to this country for freedom. Information was presented, and it is up to each individual how to process the contents. It is also their freedom. Parents have every right to be informed what their children are learning, especially when it comes to sex education. It is my opinion, which I shared at the September 15th meeting, in order to close the economic gap, to be aware, we need to focus on academics and fundamental education, which is basic English, math, science, music, sports, and arts, not racial issues. And on this note, I said we can sacrifice lavish vacation, which applies to all of us, and support our children. I never said don't go to Mexico. I don't know where that came from. I never said don't have quinceañera. I said let's use less. Divert some of that fund to help our children. And that comes from my Asian culture. And I want to share that success methods to other underrepresented students. Again, it is, and this was the main point, and majority of the people who attended that meeting understood this. This is the important thing. People who attended the meeting understood. People who did not attended the meeting are attacking me. Again, it is my opinion that majority of parents want to raise their children to be responsible adults, and in order to do this, we should be faithful to student achievement. That is our mission in our ABC, student achievement, so that our children can close the economic gap. 3 months of attack on my character and false accusations by individuals who did not attend the meeting really disturbed the community on both sides. Those who attended the meeting and those who heard the slander and was angered by the racist narrative. You're hurting the community by all these false accusations. And Facebook brings out the worst of human nature, and this is what I suffered. Ironically, I'm sorry, but I do not fit into the racist narrative because I am a person of color. I am a woman. I am a minority, and I have experienced more racism as an immigrant than average person in this room growing up in LA. I took public transportation to home and school throughout my high school graduation. I had to take bus after volleyball practice in fear of my life. I have lived through LA riot, which destroyed Koreatown. I speak 3 languages, but I am not perfectly fluent in any of them. Korean, English, and Spanish, just in that order. I learned the languages and appreciate the opportunity to engage with all the cultures and ethnic groups. So taking my words out of context and manipulating them is not nice. I worked at clothing stores, and that's how I practiced Spanish in Western and Sunset, but that got burned during LA riot. When riots happen, bringing out all these racial issues in the classrooms, it divides the minorities against each other. And that's what happened in LA riot. I don't want to see that happening in our schools, in our public schools, in our classrooms. I do not want to see the money spent on professional development to train young teachers, indoctrinating them to indoctrinate our children. Do you know our district already does a good job between the teacher union and our management? They collaborate. When mom and dad have fight, children suffer. I learned, we Koreans, from the LA riot, this is what I learned. We Koreans need to step out of the comfort zone and serve our community. And that is the reason why I chose to serve on the ABC school board office. Office in America is called public servant. I was like, wow, it's not even church, but it's called public servant. It's not about fame. It's not about power. It's public service. Wow, I like that. Well, I'm going to do it then. This is why I want to take this time to clarify the past 3 months of nonsense and disorder. To everyone in the community, my door is open. All of you guys who spoke against me, please feel free to reach out to me, because I'm not going to hold this against you because you did not attend the meeting. You were not there. Come. I want to talk to you. I want you to know who I am.
You did have a mask on.
I am only 20 to 30 minutes, 10, 20 minutes away from you. We can get together. I'm not going to bite you. And I am very engaging, very passionate, but I am a down-to-earth person. I want to thank the community leaders who reached out to me after they heard about the racist narrative in the deceptive media and talking to me to get the correct story. They were shocked. They were like, Sue, do you know about the rights, human rights? You know what happened to the racism in America? They were talking to me, reaching out to me. I want to thank you because you heard from me the real story. Of course, there's racism everywhere in every culture. That's human. We must make effort. People immigrated to this country for freedom. And our district, they came to our district for excellent education. When promiscuous sex education is rolled out, parents need to be informed. It is their choice how and what is taught to their children in accord with their family values. That is freedom, not indoctrination. Four years ago, I strongly believed that bond will benefit all of our children in the long run. We needed to improve bathrooms and facilities. I was very, very caught in the middle because I have friends who were against it. But it was my conviction. I wanted all children in all trustee areas to benefit. So I worked together, bipartisan, and we passed a bond. We moved on as a community. That was fair. We worked together as a bipartisan for our community's benefit. And once again, we must work together to protect our children as a collective community. Students first. That's my motto. I cannot go against my conviction. Students first means to look after the best welfare of our children, what they learn. I am committed to assuring the education and safety of all of our children in all the trustee areas. I want to encourage all of you who took the time to speak at our board meetings to channel your energy and passion to helping our children with education. Education is one of the safest and the peaceful way to close the economic gap. Thank you very much.
Next, we have our board member, Dr. Olga Rios.
Thank you. It is obvious and undisputed that there are qualities attributed to CU. However, board member CU. However, I do take issue with the idea of this person becoming a representative of our district. I respect her as an individual and have supported her election as president in the past and was proud to serve on her board. I greatly differ with her views and do have a serious problem with her efforts to divert our role and promote misinformation. However, her actions lately seriously undermine our role as board members and sabotage public education. I do not support her election as president. I was at a CSBA, not only because of what was brought up today, but I was at a CSBA conference over the weekend with thousands of other board members, and on the last day I was approached and asked why one of our board members was inquiring about charter schools. We're not in the business of charter schools. Board member Suyu, we are a public education entity. I find that incredibly troubling. So again, because of that, because I do, again, find that these efforts undermine our role, and again, I question her intentions. I absolutely do not support her election as president.
Thank you, Dr. Rios. Next, we have our board member, Dr. Chris Apodaca.
Thank you, Dr. Sue. So, for members of the public, if this is your first time being here tonight, something you should know about every single person up here. One, it's not easy being up here. And hearing the amount of support that came out here tonight, everything that you said rings true. Obviously, she wouldn't be in the position that she's in otherwise. Okay, if this is your first meeting here tonight, board members, for the most part, we consider each other colleagues. We disagree, we argue, and then we go and we have a reception outside. This year's different because we switched it around. Here's why I'm not supporting Suyu. And we do agree on a lot, her and I. When I hear tradition, when I hear values, cradle Catholic, okay? We've talked about life issues, you and I. We agree on that. We've talked about how involved parents must be in the education of their children. One of my frustrations when dealing with parents is, well, I just didn't have time for it. Or, it's like, well, I know my community well enough to know that you're out somewhere else except with your child helping them with their homework. Everybody up here is about the community. The reason I disagree with it is I've served with her when she was president already. What many of you don't remember or don't know is that there was a mother here who was alleging, I use the word alleging, sexual abuse by a school district employee. She had her removed by the sergeant of arms. Not once, not twice, but 3 times, and her family. She scolded us when we offered the crying mother who was asking for the cooperation of the school district. She scolded me for offering a box of tissues and a friend of mine who happens to be with LA County Sheriff's Department for help. I remember that, and hearing her yell tonight reminds me of that night. And I'm not someone who gives into my feelings. I believe that we shouldn't govern ourselves on our feelings. We should govern ourselves on right and wrong. More recently, we were all flooded with text messages and phone calls and emails from students, again, at a high school, alleging inappropriate conduct, not just from students, but from faculty. I introduced an item to discuss this openly with the public. I introduced it. When it was my turn to enter the discussion, once again, she yelled at me and she asked the president, who was Dr. Rios, why does he get to speak again? She was upset because I made my phone number and my business card, my district business card, and my personal cell phone number available online to parents, members of the public, former students, all of which, guess what, reached out. And when they did, Dr. Sue, here's another one. When they did, Dr. Sue, here's another one. When they did, Dr. Sue, here's another one. Sitting and listening to these students with parental consent or with their parents there on the phone consenting, I heard horrible things. Former students who didn't want to come and speak, who are now all of a sudden speaking. And she was shocked and upset because I was speaking to our students. I'm sorry. We agree on a lot. But if we want to talk about values and morals and principles, when it comes to the even alleged, even talking about it upsets me. Inappropriate conduct towards a minor, it's unacceptable. I don't care if you're a board member, I don't care if you're anybody. Unacceptable. And so, you know what? I can't vote for her in good conscience, I can't. I have too many people who are close to me, who have gone through it, who have taken their lives. It's on principle and on values of my own and of my family and of my faith tradition. I cannot vote for her. And I didn't want to bring that up. But since we're shouting tonight, then I'll just go ahead and do my part and say my piece. If she does win, then okay. But I can still go to bed with my conscience. And a lot of the folks who spoke tonight, I think you share beautiful memories about her. And that's a side of her I don't know. I really don't. And so it's interesting to get to know colleagues that way. But I still have to show up here twice a month, month after month, and I can't do it. So that's why I'm voting no. Not out of disrespect, not out of spite, not out of some left, right, whatever conspiracy, but because I can't. My conscience won't let me. Has nothing to do with CRT or any of the other things. Because again, we agree on a lot of things, her and I. Whether she knows it or agrees with it or not, we do. I just can't have her as my leader. I can't have her speaking for me or my colleagues, not if I can help it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Board Member Sophia Say.
It's so sad. It's like a broken family here. That's what I see here. I see the cultural difference in there as immigrant to the United States. I understand. I hate to publicly say, you know what, you just always like Sue Yu, you're supporting her because you guys are Asian. And this is the title have been carried on me. The picture has posted on Facebook, say I'm racism. How sad and how ugly. How inappropriate, Board Member Abadaka, you brought this up. And I don't like to talk about this because it's not right. What you say something is not true. You are the one give your card to the vendor. You told me they will vote for me if you get to support them on business. And I have a witness right there. I have a witness you give your card to our, I have your witness you give the card to our education director here. That day you give the card to them. You told me, give the card to them, they will support you running for next election. Don't do that.
I'd like to
Please
hear.
don't do that.
These are
I know you're going to come
point of order, Madam President.
I understand very well, but what you do to our board, it's not right.
Madam President, that's slanderous. I'd like to know the date, the time, and the person who I said that to.
You know what? If I know the date, if I don't know the time, just like you can give me the date of where he said to, what she said to you, tell me the date and the time, exactly time. You can.
It was the board meeting, Madam President.
That was the board meeting too. I have a witness right there. You give it to her. Don't do that, please.
Can I please ask for some decorum? I think we're better than this. We can have a conversation.
I want to be close enough just talking about this. You know, the problem that we have there, and you all have your minutes in here, but the issues here today, I'm a professor, I'm teaching college. They're so-called A, B, C, D. Quiz 1, quiz 2. Exam 1, exam 2, exam final. You're grading, originally, before I come here today, I told my husband I'm not going to raise my voice. I just voted. I voted based on my conscience. I pray. When I give it A, support a B measurement. When I give it A plus for other things when she's done for the district. I give her D when she went to the meeting. Not pay attention who the meeting is about. I give her D, her conversation about the cultural difference in there. But there's a cultural difference in there because that's how we're teaching our kids. Asian people always say, you know, I don't want you to go to the, we're not going to go anywhere. I think I discussed this with Mayor City Cerritos, Ms. Hu, and we talk about it. I don't let my kids go to out of the country, and we don't go to Taiwan until they get 18, 19, when they get the money to do themselves, because our money is what? Education. Sue Yu has done wrong. I have to publicly say that. Went to the meeting, she studied that. I made a big mistake. I have a Democrat and Republican here. I got kicked out by Republican club because what? Attending Democrats, women have the right to vote. They censored me out. That's how we are here. And one thing I want my board members to pay attention today is A, B, C, D. You added it together. She will not get A for me for not attending the meeting. She will not get an A for me because the way she stands. She will not give me I will not give her A because she's standing behind the logo against our education. Does she know it? I asked her. Do you know about that? Logo's behind you. You need to be very sensitive. And you need to take classes about how to communicate. And you are represented in public. I even told her that. After that, before Saucedo did something on her, checking her background, checking her mail. But you know what? I was told after that, okay. You know what? She didn't even know there's a logo behind it. She did not know. I said, you need to be careful. I learned to be smart. I'm being here 3-4 terms. This is the 4th term here. I learned to be smart before I go any party. I think Linda Johnson knows that. They asked me for fundraising. I said, no, I'm not going because I read the person who I should go to the supporting it. I realized some of the different issues there. I am afraid because it happened to me before. They kicked me out just because I attending Democrats meeting. And I love Democrats. There are some good people there. They are good. But you know what? But we're not playing politics here. We're focused on student education. We should not discuss our board here. And the person went to the conference, went to the charter school. I went to charter school, and I think Ray's right here. When the interview, Ray asked me about charter school. I said, you know what? For me, I'm a public school, because I moved my kids from private school to public school. I support our employee here. But one thing I want to remind my board again, that so-called A for midterm, B for final, or C for what is your exam 1. Add it together. Yes, Mr. Salcedo, it's so important about the races. This is a hot topic. Everyone we're talking about. We want to be fair. We want to be kind to each other. There's not that broken family here. There's make a nice family here. We are a good district compared to other people. We have the best superintendent. Everybody wants her. And in the past, we have done a lot of damage to our staff in here. And don't damage among each others. I believe we have an elected official here. You folks know, you understand very well. I don't want this kind of broken family issue bring it up to the city and become a topic on the public. Please. Board member Sue, I will not give her 8, but I think he should pass my score, pass the test. You can't base on the one issue or 2 other issues. We always have a difference in here. The difference among each other, sometimes ugly. I want to apologize, Dr. Baraka. I brought this up because I really had enough. Bring these things against another person. We all have difference here. We all have a disagreement there. I apologize when I brought this up, but I have been thinking that over and over. I think enough is enough. You have a right to vote, against or pro. But think about hard again. A, B, C, D. Where you grading that? If she failed as a district board member in the past, all those years of what she done, then some discipline should be there. I agree with the public. And I believe, Miss Yu, if you become a president, I really encourage you to take some classes, the communication skills. I really appreciate, if you can, I just read one thing about from CSBA, you should conduct once a month meeting with the local community and parents and students. Listen to their concern and be military with them. Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have Brad Beach.
I think you canceled mine. I had my push too. I'm not rebutting, I just had to make a statement to you.
Oh, no, 7 board member Brad Beach. Then you, after that?
No, I was before him.
Oh, we didn't see that. Oh, you want to go on?
Because he's going to, yeah.
Go, no problem. No. I just want to be reminded this is almost 10 o'clock. Okay.
I just want to say that I respect your opinion still, and I meant every word I said, Madam President. And thank you, though. I just want to know that, I want you to know that this is what it's about. I still respect you.
Thank you.
All the same.
I love you.
I meant every word. Mr. Beach.
I love you, my brother. Can I hug you?
How about after? COVID.
No.
Mr. Beach? Well, I thought I had said my last, Madam President, but Madam President, thank you. I'm surprised, frankly, from what I saw tonight. I know I'm kind of the rookie on the board, only been on for a year, but I hope regardless of how this vote goes, that we can all put this behind us and move forward as colleagues, because I'm just surprised, and I'll leave it at that. I'd also like to say I worked with Sue Yu on the Measure BB campaign, and her heart is in the right place. She may have said something inconsiderate to some people, but I know her faith, and I know her heart, and I know she cares about our kids. So I want to put that on the record, and I'd like to call the question, please. Thank you. I now declare the nominations open for the position of board president.
No, you can nomination now.
We have
You're
a
gonna
vote.
You're going to vote now. What was the first?
Sue Yu?
Roll call? Yeah.
Dr. Apodaca?
No.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
No.
Dr. Rios? No. Mrs. Say?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-3.
Stay here, find out who's VP, who's clerk.
Put those over there.
I already made my comments earlier, so I'm just going to make it very short. Thank you for putting your trust in me. I take this public service very seriously, and I will uphold my first motto when I ran for school board, which is students first, just like our school's mission statement, student achievement. That's what it is all about. Now, I declare nominations open for the position of vice president. Yeah, number 5, which is Sophia Say, board member Sophia Say.
I nominate Brad Beach for the vice president, and he has been leading a lot of our committee services. And during my presentation, he asked a lot of questions and a lot of suggestions. I think she's ready for our VP.
I'll second that, if it needs a second.
There's no need a second.
Are there any other nominations? If none, roll call, please, Danielle.
Dr. Apodaca?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Say?
Of course, yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Wow. There's no more lights?
I think I'll probably take.
Yeah, lights, okay.
Yeah. I'm going to go that way? Oh, I pushed my button too now.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, I'll push it.
Whoever the clerk is, not me.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just leave it here. I'll give it to whoever it is.
Okay. I now declare nominations open for the position of clerk of the Board of Education. Okay. We have board vice president.
How about?
Oh, I was me.
Yeah.
I just pushed
Because I was
Actually,
sitting there.
Sophie pushed
you want to
first.
push it?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
You were pushing for you.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, I have board member Sophia Say.
Okay. Being here so many years, we have new young Jedi here, and they work very hard. And in the past history, we always have been changed. I remember board member Apodaca, when he was elected right away, we appointed him as president with his background. We also appointed our clerk Nishii, former clerk Nishii, for the president right away. So I believe we want to, for me, I don't know, I don't want to say I'm senior staff, but not by the age that old though, okay? So I'd like to nominate Michael Eugenio for the clerk position. Then let him have take the lead in our district. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, roll call, please, Danielle.
Dr. Apodaca?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Say?
Yes?
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Congratulations, new clerk, Michael Eugenio.
So what we're going to do? They're going to move. Okay. We can change around later if you.
Okay. Yeah, you'll have to change me, Danielle. I'll sit here.
Election of secretary to the board. I would like to nominate Dr. Mary Sue, superintendent, as secretary to the Board of Education. If there are no objections, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes. Dr. Sue, congratulations as a secretary. Okay. Thank you. Should we? Board president appoints board members to the following committees and as city liaisons. Yes, should we excuse? I know it's been almost 10 o'clock. Thank you very much. You are free to leave the boardroom as you please. So we have, can I have a volunteer for Diversity, Unity, and Equity Board Advisory Committee?
Dr. Rios always liked it. Do you
Okay.
still want that, Dr. Rios?
Yes, I do, please.
Okay, that goes to Dr. Rios. Okay. And can I have a volunteer for liaison to Finance and Audit Board Advisory Committee? Okay.
Apodaca.
Dr. Apodaca. Okay. Can I have a volunteer for Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee?
I'll take it.
Okay, Dr. Sophia Say. We have a Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee.
I'll take that.
Okay, Ernie Nishi. And we have a City of Artesia Liaison.
I'll take that.
Okay. Dr. Eugenio. And then we have City of Cerritos.
I think you
Okay.
need probably more
Mr.
than
Bree?
2 for City Cerritos or
Okay,
1.
okay.
Just, no, how many you need? Dr. Sue, how many we can have?
Dr. Sue, can we have an alternate?
I'll
Okay,
alternate
Beach
it
and
with them.
Say. Okay. Yeah.
Brad Beach and I'll
Brad
be
Beach and
alternating.
Sophia? Okay. City of Hawaiian Gardens Liaison?
Where's my brother?
Okay, that's Apodaca.
She want me to alternate with me?
And then City of Lakewood Liaison?
I'll take that.
Okay. Rios. And Norwalk Liaison?
No one?
Norwalk?
I'll take it.
If none, oh, okay, Eugenio. Uh-huh. Okay, Head Start Board Liaison.
Brad Beach.
Apodaca, Actually, I'm on Apodaca. I enjoy that, so that's
Okay,
possible.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to move a little fast. County Committee on School District Organization and the Los Angeles County School Trustees Association.
That's a
I could
useless,
take that one.
That's a the, yeah.
Can I take that? Okay, Sue? Okay. May I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of December 7th?
So move.
Second, Apodaca.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of November 2nd, 2021?
So moved.
Second by Sophia.
All in favor?
Aye.
Madam
Thank you.
President, I'm going to abstain. I wasn't present.
Okay. We have Dr. Eugenio abstain? Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much. And now we have Superintendent's report.
Thank you very much, President Sue. Last Thursday, on December the 2nd, I presented with a panel of speakers on improving student achievement without additional funding. The panel consisted of Bob Kane, currently with the Masters in Governance program, Mary Briggs with CSBA, Annette Yee, who's a former board member and currently a financial advocate, Monica Mullen with Yosemite School District, and myself. There were many questions that surfaced following our presentation. We had an outstanding audience in front of us with over 200 participants in the room. I hope that the 5 board members who joined us had an equally sterling time start with this 2021-2022 school year. We had dinner together at the Fleming's Restaurant and at the San Diego Wine and Culinary Center. I hope everyone had a good time there. On Monday, I participated with Project Kinship and Equity in Education. We had Adrian Thomas along with Diana Choi, Madeline Rodriguez, and Steve Kim from Project Kinship, and myself, as well as the unique opportunity to have an engagement with each other. We will continue to pursue this event in January. Tomorrow, I will meet with Principal Nancy Amara, Kathy Evans, and Diane June to discuss our directions for next year's Parent Leadership Conference. On the same day, I will meet with Reina Flores with the LACO Career Technical Education Program. On Thursday, we will hold our ABC Leadership Enrichment Academy in the district office. We will spread ourselves out in the district hallway and hope to be able to use the boardroom as well as the cafeteria. This Thursday, I will participate in the Mentor Holiday Dinner at Gaucho Grill Restaurant. This is my way of saying thank you to the mentors who have worked so hard during this school year. On Friday, I will be engaged with the coronavirus with Dr. Barbara Fair. They will have updates regarding the requests that are being made. Finally, in the evening, I will join the ABCMA 2021 holiday event at Wood Ranch in Cerritos. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Su. Next, we have employee representative reports. Are there any? No. Okay, seeing none.
President Su, can I ask one question? It's close to 10:30. We only have a half hour left.
Yes.
And we still have agenda to continue go on.
Sure.
Maybe we can have like 5-minute recess. You and Dr. Su can decide it, some agenda maybe postponed to the, oh no, it'll be next year.
Next year.
This is the end, so we have to get it done.
Yes.
So we probably need to be 5 minutes, and then you folks can, I don't know.
Yeah, we can increase.
Yeah, you're the president.
Yeah, increase it to, you know,
Okay.
whenever we finish it. Yeah.
Okay.
Just trying to push through.
Okay. So do
So
you,
fast.
everybody want to have a 5-minute? Can I have a motion? 5-minute break?
You can discuss it.
Okay.
Consensus?
Consensus? Okay.
People need it. Yeah.
Okay.
If you
We'll
need
have
a
a
5 minutes,
5-minute
then
break.
you
We'll be back at 10 o'clock to resume our meeting.
5 minutes.
Okay, 5-minute break. Thank you very much.
Of all the money that e'er I spent it in good company, and of all the harm that e'er I've done, alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit to memory I can't recall. So fill to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. If I had money enough to spend and leisure time to sit a while, there is a fair maid in this town who sorely has my heart beguiled. Her rosy cheeks and ruby lips alone she holds my heart enthralled. Then fill to me the parting glass. But since it falls into my lot that I should rise and you should not, oh, gently rise and softly come. Good night and God be with you all. So fill to me the parting glass. Good night and God be with you all.
I will call on Dr. Michael Eugenio. New
Public
clerk.
comments. Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and place it on a silver tin. Speakers will be called in sequence during public comments section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker will give one presentation of 5 minutes unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes, and each will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group, identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by appropriate staff. Are there any public comments?
Just a few.
First speaker, Brian Jernigan. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here today. The cause that I'm about to speak with is so important that on my 19th anniversary, I'm standing in front of you to rally behind my fellow colleagues to help them to gain equity within our school district. So let me go ahead and start off by giving you a bit of a definition. For those that don't know, I'm speaking on behalf of the CTE teachers in our district. A CTE is a program of study that involves multi-year sequence of courses that integrates core academic knowledge with technical and occupational knowledge to provide our students with a pathway to post-secondary education and careers. Notice that in the first part of this statement, it was post-secondary education and careers being secondary. I know that as a product of the ABC Unified School District, coming through the ABC Unified School District, I know that post-secondary education is high on our list of things that we're aspiring to instill on our kids. And then comes careers. However, CTE incorporates both. I teach at Cerritos High School. I've been there for 21 years. My daughter attended Cerritos High School. I have one that currently attends Cerritos High School, and I'm a graduate of Cerritos High School as well. So I've been in the district for quite some time. It's unfortunate that I became a CTE teacher as a result of an opportunity to teach engineering at our school. And I helped to build a fairly successful engineering pathway at Cerritos High School. as I was doing this, I found out that I also had to become the robotics coach. I also had to teach outside of my class time. So I figured that just like a coach, I should try to possibly get a stipend of some sort. And as I was going to try to get a stipend, I noticed that there's some teachers that are teaching CTE courses that are not even on the same salary schedule as myself. There's teachers that are teaching CTE courses for 15 years that only make $60,000 a year and have to go on from leaving their 7 periods in a day to go on and teach in other places. So they can't do clubs and they can't do things that they need to be doing with their students. We say that students come first, but the first people that are in contact with students are teachers. So why would we put teachers who are underpaid in the classrooms teaching our kids those things that we deem that are most important for us in our society right now? We have a shortage of highly qualified teachers coming into education. When I got hired into at Cerritos High School, I got hired on an emergency permit. And it said that I could teach in the school because I was highly qualified because of my degree. The degree that I had was biology and chemistry. Well, we did the same thing with these CTE instructors. However, we're not putting them on a salary schedule where they can actually provide for themselves and provide for their families. It's getting so that these teachers are leaving our districts and going to other districts. And guess what they're taking with them? Our students, the ones that we put first. And that's unfortunate. Our CTE teachers put in extra time in the classroom. We put in time writing our budgets, developing our curriculum that's in line with state standards. We put in time outside of our classroom going to clubs and doing mandated certifications for our students. Yet these teachers that are not on the same salary schedule as myself because of my credential that I took a few extra classes for, they're not getting that compensation that they're due. They're spending the time because they love their students. They're developing pathways that I call them mucky mucks, but anytime a mucky muck is brought to our school, they're paraded through our $250,000, $300,000 classrooms that they only got because of their credentials. Without their credentials, those classrooms wouldn't be built. Without those classrooms, the equipment wouldn't be provided for. I know because I was there before we got our CTE grants. I know that I had to go out and actually find funding for my 3D printer and for my laser engraver and for all that stuff. But because I have a CTE credential, the state gives us money gives us money. Yet these teachers are getting paid less than everyone else. And it's infuriating. It's infuriating, beyond infuriating. It makes me stand in front of you on my 19th anniversary, where I could be at home eating dinner with my wife and enjoying time with my wife. It makes me want to stand here in front of you and tell you guys there's an issue that we have in this district, and it's not being dealt with. It's not being dealt with in a timely manner, and we're going to lose some amazing teachers. Amazing teachers. Remember, 20 years in the district as a teacher, 15 years in the district as a student. I brought my kids here to be educated, and I know the system inside and out. And I know that if we lose these students, lose these teachers, we're losing an invaluable resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jernigan. We'll look into it.
Next speaker, Vicky Yamashita.
Good evening. My name is Vicky Yamashita, and I'm here to speak in support of career, technical education, or CTE teachers. I'm representing fellow teachers and staff at my site, tenured and otherwise, along with the students who could not be present tonight, some of who started off at this meeting and then had to go home because it's getting late. There are CTE teachers who wanted to be here, but they cannot attend this meeting simply because they are at their other job. I've taught elementary and high school in ABC. I'm currently teaching ceramics at Cerritos High School. It is a dream job for me. The history of that is in around 1984, ABCUSD was featured in what used to be a magazine that was included in the Sunday LA Times. I had just completed my BFA in ceramics when I saw that there was a district that was progressive enough to fund education and art education, and at the elementary school level. So I set my goals to work for ABC. I eventually got what I wanted. I was hired a few years after seeing that article, and that was about 35 years ago. Today, my department consists of some of the most highly qualified, well-trained, and deeply devoted teachers I've ever worked with. Some of my department members are CTE teachers, and around 4 years ago, when I learned that some of those department members, the CTE teachers, were being paid on a lower pay scale, one with an abysmally lower earning potential, one that had no path to tenure, one where their status was permanent temporary, meaning they get pink slipped every spring and have to get rehired, if they get rehired. And at one point, in the spring, and at one point, they did not even get medical benefits like credentialed teachers. When I learned this, I was shocked. And it felt really incredibly unfair to be sitting side by side with these colleagues, partnering, watching them do the same work that I did, and getting a completely disparate deal with their paychecks. So I've learned that ABC uses the education and career path benefits of CTE programs to attract students to our schools. So it doesn't really seem fair for a district to sing the praises of a CTE program without compensating the educators equitably. It's been said that CTE teachers are teaching in an environment that is different than a K through 12 setting. I've heard that as a rationale for this two-tiered pay scale. I find that assessment to be very untrue. I work side by side with these teachers, and I see firsthand that they're doing the same, if not more, work than credentialed, tenured track teachers. CTE teachers teach the same students as credentialed teachers. They attend staff meetings like credentialed teachers. They perform adjunct duties like credentialed teachers. They work past the contracted school day and are dedicated to their students and their craft, just like credentialed teachers. On the other hand, there is some truth to that statement that CTE teachers are teaching in a different environment than the K through 12 setting. That statement has some credibility because many of the CTE programs have no instructional support, no textbooks, like classrooms led by credentialed teachers. CTE teachers create their own curriculum and pacing guides from scratch, whereas the curricular support is available for credentialed teachers. Something else different is that CTE teachers are expected to facilitate industry outreach for their students. This entails hours of networking. It can't be done during the class time. It can't be done during the school day. So we're talking evenings, afternoons, weekends. They follow through outside of their workday, whereas most academic subjects don't require this kind of outreach for their students. So in these ways, CTE teachers are teaching in a different setting, but in no way is this a less rigorous setting, and in no way are these teachers who are leading these CTE classrooms less than. So why are CTE teachers being compensated differently when it comes to pay? I don't understand this. What I do understand is that this inequity erodes the morale, and there is no way that a two-tiered system like this that we presently have in ABC isn't going to breed toxicity and resentment. This has and it will lead to a high turnover rate, and our students will lose too. In fact, it was recently discussed at a union meeting as that pertains to other unit members. This district is treating its teachers and its programs so differently than the districts I read about in the LA Times, and I'm saddened by the changes I've seen. But I'm not as sad as the teachers who are being treated unfairly when it comes to pay and equity. In closing, I'm calling on this board and the ABCFT to work together to fix this inequity and ensure that CTE teachers are compensated equitably, just like all other K through 12 credentialed teachers. Two things are needed to make this happen. Close the pay gap and give credits of years of service to ABC. Create a path to tenure, one that is retroactive.
Time.
Please do what is right for our teachers so our students can continue to thrive. These changes are long overdue. Thank you.
Next speaker is Matt Gonzalez.
Hello, hello. All right, nice to see everyone again. Hello, board. I'm here in support of my former teacher, Mr. Rodriguez, and all his CTE colleagues. When he told me that his department is still experiencing contract inequity, I could not be more disappointed, because the importance of CTE classes are incredibly obvious to me. So I would like to use my time to explain why. A bit about myself. I'm currently a studio photographer. I take photos of families, graduations, and quinceañeras. I recently graduated from UCLA's film school with Latin honors, and I attended LBCC and Artesia High School. When I attended Mr. Rodriguez's class over 4 years ago, I was not local to ABC Unified School District. For personal reasons, I moved to Compton after 2 years of education at Artesia, but I continued my attendance so that I could partake in Rodriguez's film classes. I commuted daily, train and bus, for 2 hours so that I could call myself a pioneer. I took many great classes as a student there, such as AP Calculus, AP English, AP Physics, but none impacted my career as much as Mr. Rodriguez's video classes. Thanks to him, I know how to use a DSLR camera, which I use at work every day. I'm proficient in Adobe Premiere Pro, a software that I use every day. I do freelance. Give me 1 second, sorry. And thanks to him, I had a purpose. I endured a lot of tough classes, but not really because I enjoyed them. The 5 I got my AP Calculus test during my junior year was not because I wanted to be an engineer. It was because I knew once I passed calculus, I wouldn't have to take math my senior year. And once I had that free slot, I filled it in with film. And Mr. Rodriguez knows that because I spent 3 non-required classes with him because it was my passion to learn filmmaking. Ultimately,
3 minutes.
Math, English, and history are cool, but they were merely unavoidable obstacles that I did my best to overcome so I could dedicate more time to film. For many students like myself, a CTE class is the best part of our day. Please consider that while building a new contract worthy of their contribution to the ABC Unified School District. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, if I may. Madam President, if I may.
Yes.
Matt is being incredibly humble. I mean, he is incredibly talented. Again, he's at the UCLA School of Film, or graduated with my daughter, and I just want to acknowledge his humility. He is an amazing person, and Matt Gonzalez, remember that name. Thank you.
Thank you. We're proud of you, Mr. Gonzalez. Next.
Madam President, I was just wondering, because our board meeting is at the end of 10:30, are we going to be extended to, board have to come out with consensus extended to 11 or?
Until we end
today?
Sure. Yes. Is there a consensus?
We have to have time limit there. 1 hour?
I think,
We're gonna have to go at least until 11:30.
I think
Or
we should
12?
just extend it to 12 because we
Yes.
can't wait till next year to approve these items, just in case. Hopefully we get it done before 12, but,
Second.
Okay.
thank you.
And we also have a public comment at the end, that will be on Zoom, another 1
So-
hour there. Just want to
Yes.
remind all board members here.
So if all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. Meeting extended till 12 o'clock. Okay.
Next speaker is William Stetcher.
So just think it could be here.
Good evening, Board. My name is William Stecker. I teach social studies at Cerritos High School, 16-year teaching veteran. I'm here to speak in the support of the career technical education teachers at ABC Unified School District. I am here as a colleague of my esteemed CTE teachers. I'm here as a teacher who wants to see his school flourish and succeed and look as best as possible and offer our students as many programs for their success as possible. And I'm also here as a parent of 5 students who go to ABC Unified, 3 of which are at Cerritos High School now, another that just graduated, and one of his most influential teachers was Mr. Brian Rodriguez, and he is currently in the U.S. Navy, trained to be a submariner, working on highly technical equipment and communications and defense systems on submarines. Mr. Rodriguez was a tremendous influence on my son. I have another son in Mr. Jernigan's engineering program. I have another daughter in middle school coming up the ranks, and I have another daughter at Leo Elementary who I'm hoping to have the best opportunity for as many programs as possible. I have witnessed firsthand the dedication of my colleagues in CTE in their craft. I've seen it as a parent. To me, it's egregiously wrong that my colleagues are paid and treated as second-class citizens in our district in comparison to traditionally credentialed teachers. They are just as dedicated to their craft, work just as hard, if not harder, as they're required to maintain their certifications, and have the same influence over their students as us traditionally credentialed teachers. They are teachers, straight up. To pay these individuals significant less and to offer zero path to tenure is egregiously wrong. I am embarrassed by our school district by this two-tiered pay system of employees that perform the same job. Two-tiered systems never work successfully and cause discontent, division,
3
and
minutes.
inefficiency in the profession. Kaiser just spent over $100 million to create a two-tiered system in their nursing ranks, which led to a near strike. Kaiser lost the respect of their employees who do the work and lost customers who saw that Kaiser really did not care about patient health care. This is really a simple case of right and wrong. If we treat our CTE teachers as second-class citizens, I fear division in our ranks, which I already see. High turnover of our CTE programs causing programs to fail, programs that I want to exist for my children and other children in our community. I've already seen one respected and terrific teammate in education leave for equal pay at another district. I fear that we will soon lose more terrific teachers at my school site due to this two-tiered system. Continuity is critical to maintain success of our CTE programs. We will lose students if we don't maintain these programs. As a district who relies on a substantial out-of-district transfer population to keep our schools funded, to me that's a huge risk to losing students to neighboring districts who seem to offer more than we do. My question is, why can't we pay our CTE teachers as teachers? Where's the money going? I just saw a presentation at our school site that had a student cafe. We can afford to put a student cafe in our modernization, and we can't pay our teachers, all of our teachers as teachers? That's embarrassing. Plain and simple, that's embarrassing. And where's that money going? You know, we teachers at ABC, we are not the most competitive pay district. There should be plenty of money there. And I don't understand why there's not, especially seeing a student cafe being planned to be built on our campus. I encourage the community to look into our expenditures. It makes no sense to me.
1 minute.
I'm calling upon the school board to work with the ABC union leadership, ABCFT union leadership and the district negotiating team to do what is necessary to ensure that CTE teachers are compensated equitably, I should say, just as all of the K through 12 classroom teachers are. This is what I'm asking you to accomplish for our well-deserving CTE teachers. Close the pay gap and give credit for years of service to ABC. Create a path to tenureship, one of that is retroactive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stecker. Next.
I'm going to call up the next 3 speakers. First one, Marty Supple. Second one, Michelle Bradley. And third one, CJ Nickdog. Michelle Bradley and CJ Nickdog, you're on standby. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, all, and thank you for having us out tonight. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Marty Supple. I'm an automotive instructor at Artesia High School. My resume, very quick, I'm a product of ABC Unified. I've gone to Cerritos College, Saddleback, Northrop University, and receiving my degree. I also designed nuclear power plants for the Fluor Corporation, quitting and buying a service station. But of course, according to many people, that was a mistake. It's no mistake, folks. I have a right to choose what I want to do. And by the way, I think you all drove here, correct? So, you know, cars are a big part of what we do. So, also I've been a public safety commissioner for 19 years for the City of Norwalk, Board of Trustees candidate for Cerritos College, and a board member of the Celico Workforce Investment Board. So my current teaching assignments, I teach 7 periods at Artesia High School, an OSIP class, so I have 8 periods. I'm teaching 2 classes at Cerritos College and 1 class at Long Beach City College. So why am I here and why do I work so much? Well, folks, I'll be very honest. I love my life. I love what I do. And I'm very blessed and grateful. But are you kidding me? $60,000 per year for 6 periods, which is full time? $60,000 per year is what I make. Teaching full time, and I've been at Artesia High School. This is my 16th year. So, I love Artesia High School. I love what we do. But folks, we got to get it together here. $60,000, 16 years. I hope you remember that. So, what's my plan for tonight? Well, first, we're informing you of how we feel, okay? And we're hoping you'll develop a plan, and we hope that you'll execute that plan. And time is not on our side. Now, half of us left the union because we could not move forward. So we're moving forward with you, and we
3
hope
minutes.
that you will come up with a plan. So, we talked about tenure, and you're saying that, well, the state has to direct you. That is false. We've already met with the state. We've had a couple of meetings with the state of California. That's on the district, because other districts have done it. And in fact, Southeast ROP, when it broke up, Norwalk La Mirada, my counterpart in automotive, is permanent. Why not me? Why not them, right? And so, I get a one-year contract, and then halfway through I'm fired, you know, and ironically, the day that I got my termination papers, as I do for the last 16 years, I had to stay late, which I have no problem, on an ASE program that we're doing at Artesia High School on my dime. You know, we're always talking about people's feelings. How would you like to be fired, but that night you're staying late at the school to promote a program for my students? So, if you look at what's going on, we just had $200,000 poured into the program, right? I got $55,000 for an electric car because I teach at Cerritos College. I got 5 cars that came over to our program from Cerritos for free, the operative word, 20 engines, right? And I bring various equipment back and forth so that I could help teach our students. So, our pay scale, unbelievable, folks. We're 35% lower than teachers. I'm less than no one. These people are less than no one. Please understand that. I'm a teacher, plain and simple. So, we're given keys. You give the keys to the building, and then we have to go out, get all of our information. I use multiple books. I'm registered with a publisher. I get all my information, and I create programs just like all of them. We have to do all that work. And by the way, folks, it takes a
1
long
minute.
time to do that. Tomorrow night, if you want to find me, I'll be teaching at Cerritos College. And of course, you want to find me on Thursday night, I'll be at Long Beach City. So, you know, let's not mischaracterize CTE. I hear about, well, they can't go to college. Please, folks, that's an insult. I promote college. This says Cerritos College, doesn't it? Okay? And our education's different. What happens with a lot of people that go to, school 4 years and they move on, right? Get your degree. With me, just like these people, you go, it's a craft, and I have to keep on learning and learning and learning and learning. Electric cars, fuel cell technology, that keeps on coming. So, look, you're in a 50-year-old paradigm. This is not happy days. We're dealing with cars that are beyond belief. The technology these people have to learn, continue to learn. And I pay for it out of my own pocket, and I believe they do as well. So please, take care of us, all right? Thank you. We'd appreciate it.
Next speaker, Michelle Bradley, and bring up Fatima Durrani for standby.
I'd like to thank our superintendent and distinguished school board for supporting students, parents, and teachers. Your efforts to fortify the work we do each day gives us the security and the strength we need to do the most important job touching the future. All teachers deserve the stability and support to truly focus on what matters, our students. Good evening, my name is Michelle Bradley. I'm an RSP teacher at Cerritos High, and I am a co-department chair of Special Education Department. I'm here to speak in support of career tech education teachers at ABC Unified. For students who receive special education services, career technical education programs are a lifeline. In an academically rigorous world, understandably, students with disabilities feel unmotivated and at times even despondent. Taking fourth-year foreign language or AP physics is out of reach for students who have not excelled at prerequisite courses. Discovering industries such as TV broadcasting and digital arts is a revelation to them. Suddenly, the limitations they perceived are eliminated. They are on a level playing field and their confidence skyrockets. They're so excited to show what they're capable of doing. They discover talents they never knew they had. They start believing in themselves and working independently. CET teachers make this happen. They empower students in the most authentic way. They open their eyes to real-world opportunities. Students on the autism spectrum build interpersonal skills and soft skills that rarely get a chance to hone when they are busy keeping up with the content of their core classes. CTE teachers work with speech pathologists to implement pragmatic lessons and give direct instruction on groups dynamics. They are actively involved with behavior support plans and oftentimes very serious discipline challenges. Especially this year with shortages in paraeducators, CE teachers are teaching large percentages of special education students without in-classroom support. CTE teachers serve more students with disabilities than other teachers. This means CTE teachers
3 minutes.
attend more IEP meetings than other teachers. They are asked to fill out more rating scales, provide feedback forms than tenured teachers. Their insights the CT teachers have to our students drives their transition plans. These are critically important classes for all students, but especially students with individual education plans. Parents are thrilled beyond measure to hear what their students can do from these industry professionals. I call upon this school board to work with our union leaders and district negotiating team to do what is necessary to ensure that the CTE teachers are compensated equitably, just as all other K-12 classroom teachers. Ultimately, students benefit with vibrant and consistent programs in relevant fields of interest that inspire life goals. This is what I'm asking for you to accomplish. Close the pay gap, give credit for years of service to ABC, create a path for tenure, one that is retroactive. Remedy the inequity. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley.
Can we bring up Fatima Durrani and Stasia Kato for standby? CJ, go ahead.
How's it going? My name is CJ McDowell. I am a Cerritos High School alumni. I just graduated this past June, and I came to speak because I feel like I am like a product of this whole CTE pathway, and I just want to talk about my experience and how that's really affected me today in my career. To give a little background, I first started, picking up a camera and learning about film back in middle school through Tetzloff's TV broadcasting program. And the past 2 years, my junior and senior year in high school, I was a part of CHTV and the TV broadcasting program there. And I have to say that's like one of the most influential years of my life, my short life thus far. And I mean, I'm sure it is for you guys with quarantine and stuff as well. But, I think being in that program really just gave me such a safe space for my creativity and to, work on my passions and to learn about the industry. Mr. Rod brings people who work in the industry, showing me and my fellow students this is you could do this if you wanted to. You know what I mean? At the age of 15, during my junior year in that program, I was able to edit for Capitol Records and NCT 127, which is probably a bunch of your students' favorite artists and one of the biggest K-pop groups in the world. At the age of 16, I was able to edit professionally for Motown Records, and I wouldn't have gotten these jobs without the portfolio I had working at CHTV. I used my
3 minutes.
The videos I've made for local foundations for our Cerritos softball team, right? And this past year, my senior year, I was able to work with some of the biggest artists in the world and work for the biggest music company in the world, biggest record labels, making videos and content and creative directing for Selena Gomez, Marshmello, Migos, DaBaby, Imagine Dragons, to name a few. And I wouldn't have been able to do what I do today and make an impact on pop culture. And today, without the 2 years I had at CHTV, and I think what they're teaching is incredibly valuable, and I think not enough people, and I think this disparity in pay, reflects how you guys value these skills and the future of the students. It seems like to me like you guys are caring more about saving money than the future of your kids. And I think being in high school today is, completely different than it is 10, 20 years ago, or when you guys were in high school. I think,
Long time ago.
I think with the growth of TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Meta, YouTube, it's growing more and more every year. And I think what the past 2 years have taught us with COVID is, the demand for these things, the demand for, social ads for businesses, the demand for social media, how much time do you and your kids, you and your family spend on Netflix, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, TikTok, etc. Like these platforms, cultivate creativity and make it easier than ever to have a job in this field. And I think these skills are incredibly valuable. And I literally got my job at the biggest record labels in the world through TikTok. I made a 60-second video in February of my senior year. I've worked with some of my favorite directors through Instagram, and I think more than ever, like, these jobs are needed, and it's going to continue to grow, and the demand is going to continue to grow. And I think you guys should reflect that, and reflect the value that these jobs, these skills bring through the pay, and supporting these teachers that work incredibly hard for us. And yeah.
Thank you, CJ.
Next speaker is Fatima Durrani, and we have Stacia Cato and Rosa Peters on standby. Fatima? Next speaker, we have Stacia Cato.
Hi, thank you for having me here. My name is Stacia Cato. My family recently moved to Cerritos, and we're starting to get to know more of our neighbors. I'm here because a new friend said our family story may help give perspective on the spectrum, the whole diversity of students to be represented thoughtfully today. Our children are 17, 19, and 21. My husband and I have survived their teenage years. And to tell you the truth, it was the education we received as parents that helped us through the toughest times. Now, I'll offer a trigger warning. I'm about to talk about suicide. So if you're sensitive to that, please take care of your needs. One of the toughest times was when my middle child, at the age of 14, while attending Oxford Academy, sat me down to tell me they were suicidal. Why? Was I doing something wrong as a parent? It wasn't even like we were tiger parents. We didn't force our child to go to Oxford. It was their choice, while the two other children went somewhere else. I took my child to the doctor, to therapists, to psychiatrists, to school psychologists. At one point, I was told not to leave them alone. I was told to lock up all sharp objects because that's how they plan to harm themselves. On the worst of days, I was lying on the floor with my child because they couldn't go to school. Sometimes, that's all you can do, is just be there by their side. I had to quickly learn about mental health and how to be an advocate for my child. I humbly took parenting classes from the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And I wanted to learn how to support my child in the best way possible and not cause more trauma. Unfortunately, I found the school unable to support my child. And because of that lack of mental health support at school, we decided to allow our child to test out at 15 from high school and attend a local community college.
3 minutes.
Thankfully, I found a therapist who specialized in neurodivergent kids. And mind you, that therapist was not covered by our insurance, so I paid out of pocket. And you know what? If your child is suicidal, you would pay out of pocket too, because there's sadly not enough investment in mental health resources. Through careful counseling, my child learned more about themselves and gained more confidence. And at age 16, my child sat me down again. What they had to say was critically important to their life. My child came out to me as transgender female. That means that my child was assigned male at birth and identifies as female. For so long, she was willing to kill herself to end the suffering. Only after she got the care and education she needed about her feelings did she find the courage to survive. She came out to me because the pain she felt in hiding who she is was greater than the possibility of losing my love if I didn't accept her. My first reaction was, but you like girls. But I realized liking girls is about sexuality, who she's attracted to. Being a girl is about her gender identity, or who she is. Of course, I had to be a parent, and so with loving and light humor, I said to her, look, I just want you to be happy and healthy, learn how to make a living, and take care of me when I'm an old lady. Deal? And she agreed. She admitted that 99% of her was sure I would be okay with her news, but 1% was terrified that I would reject her. How could I reject her?
1 minute.
She's my child, and I love her. And I would much rather have a living daughter than a dead son. My daughter is thriving. In fact, learning to be a CNC machinist at Cerritos College. And we use she, her pronouns for her. She is not confused. She is not in a phase. I now serve on the boards of several nonprofits to educate the community on how important it is to affirm our LGBTQ youth. It is a matter of life or death. Thank you so much for your time.
Next speaker, Rosa Peters. Fernando Rodriguez on standby, and Joe Guzman on standby.
Hi, everyone. I'm here to speak in support of the career technical education teachers at ABC Unified. My sons are currently enrolled in Mr. Rodriguez's film TV production class. My boys have learned media broadcasting, TV production, editing, filming, broadcasting skills such as audio mixing, teleprompting, anchoring, and setting up equipment for a live show. This has helped them to find a passion for the creative arts. The use of media in the classroom enables students to see concepts and new examples when they are watching television, listening to music, or are at the movies with friends. Using media requires a complete understanding of copyright law and appreciation for the workload involved, and some skill in recognizing contents that will enhance learning. The class allows kids to express themselves by encouraging creativity, which only helps their engagement in core classes like math, English, and science. The visual arts push kids' creativity and divergent thinking skills to the next level. If children practice thinking creatively, it will become second-hand nature to them now and in their future careers. Having someone foster and promote their creative growth, like Mr. Rodriguez, and giving them the ability to think critically and work collaboratively on creative projects, it is important Mr. Rodriguez has an extensive educational background, working professionally for 18 years in media production, and currently works as a freelance video editor. His passion and dedication for TV production is reflected by the knowledge my children have obtained through his class, and we need more classes like his. Cerritos High School film classes gives many students a first chance to explore their creative potential and gauge how it could relate to future careers and higher learning opportunities upon graduating. With social media and internet, students truly have the knowledge and skills to reach the world with a point of view only they can bring. The TV production class projects require students to work together and learn they are accountable for their contributions to the group and to their individual segments.
3 minutes.
They must share responsibility to compromise to achieve their common goal. This class has helped students learn how to start acquiring certain work ethics, such as working as a team, working independently, and diligent to meet the content deadlines. I am calling upon the school board to work with ABCTF union leadership and the district negotiating team to do what is necessary to ensure that the CTE teachers are compensated equitably, just as all other K through 12 classroom teachers. This is what I am asking you today to accomplish for our well-deserving CTE teachers. Close the pay gap and give credit for years of service to ABC. To create the path to tenure, one that is retroactive. Please do what is right for these teachers so that our students can continue to benefit from the valuable programs that these teachers provide. These changes are long overdue. Thank you for your consideration on this matter.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Ms. Rosa.
Next speaker is Ernesto Rodriguez. We have Joe Guzman and Livia Zarate on standby.
Please come to the front.
Board members, community, parents, staff, anybody that works up for ABC. I want everybody to know that you guys aren't alone against mandates. You guys aren't alone. There's a lot of parents out there. There's a lot of people in the community that aren't for these mandates. So me as a parent with a daughter that's in kindergarten, she has to start off with this so-called pandemic, right? So I just want to point out that I don't want to sound like a broken record, but if we're able to go to a restaurant, sit down, take off her mask, why can't our kids do the same thing? Our kids aren't being affected by this. The survival rate is still 99.99%. So I have there's currently there's a court order with Newsom right now, and the judge clarified in layman's terms the mandate as far as the mask. So if after this I could hand it to you guys and explains that masks are optional, is not a mandate, is not to be, the kids have the option to wear it or not. So I didn't have a speech. I just want to say everything from the heart because this is not. So the first topic is the mask. Seventh topic is the vaccines. The vaccines haven't had.
May I ask something? Since I apologize for interrupting. Since it's a board policy here, you wear masks inside here.
Okay.
So please, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Appreciate.
I'm sorry. I just want to go back to the mask. So if we're able to do this at restaurants, take them off. We're able to go to concerts, take them off. I'm able to go to a bar with a stranger and have some toxic drinks that compromise my
3
immune
minutes.
system. If I'm able to go to a Travis Scott concert, why do my kids still have to wear a mask? So now to the vaccines. There's still not enough research done to mandate this vaccine, right? So it's still under Emergency Use Act. What that means is still not fully FDA approved. FDA said it's approved, but it doesn't come out until 2024, which is the name brand Comirnaty. So that doesn't come out to the public until 2024. So why are we mandating something that's not out there yet for our kids to take? So, second of all, these kids are having heart inflammations, they're having blood clots, and a lot of these kids are having, which is called myocarditis, right? So heart inflammation is something that vaccine causes a harm to kids. Why has the CDC not promoted healthy eating, healthy habits, nutrition, exercise? A vaccine is not a shortcut to good health. Good health comes from your nutrition, exercising, and what we're doing to our kids, we're with putting masks on, all we do is give them anxiety, depression, which lowers their immune system. All this stuff that we're doing the opposite. We're not doing a favor to our kids. Everything that we're doing is the opposite. So instead of promoting good health, fresh air, our kids shouldn't be sacrificed for a better good. I'm not going to sacrifice my daughter for the so-called better good. Our kids aren't affected by this.
1 minute.
They shouldn't be a sacrifice for somebody else. So I just want us to start this conversation as far as mandates. I don't think it's been brought up yet, and I think we should. I think we should start a conversation about this because it's been 2 years. This is a false sense of security. I see a lot of people wearing some cute mask, Batman mask, whatever. This is a false sense of security. This so-called virus escaped from a level 4 biolab. You really think this mask is gonna keep us safe? It doesn't. So it's been 2 years already. So these kids aren't being affected by this. A lot of us aren't. The survival rate is still at 99.99 for the most of the population. I don't see why we're still here trying to mandate something for kids.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, point of order, if I may. I would like, I know we can't engage, but can staff clarify whether or not we have currently a vaccine mandate for our students in this district?
We do not have a vaccine mandate in our district for any employees or students.
So I'm not allowed to go back and forth with you, but I'm trying to get, so you know, everybody up here is aware, but we're clarifying that right now there is no vaccine mandate. I can't go back and forth with you, it's against the law.
Mr. Rodriguez, we will follow up. Yeah, and please, we'll be in the dialogue. Thank you. Okay.
And the next person in queue, if you could be waiting right there, so that way we can be ready. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
My name is Joe Guzman. I have 4 kids that attend ABC Unified. I'm a product of Long Beach Unified School District, a failed district. I hear about all the opportunities that these children have when they come to ABC Unified. All the success stories of all the young teenagers that came up here, speaking about what they accomplished. Now, you guys are our direct voice to the upper-ups, to the higher-ups, the ones who make these decisions. I'm pretty sure some of you have a close relationship with people in Sacramento. And at this point, I agree with everything that he was up here saying. You know, at the end of the day, this is our choice. And I want all of you to remember that. Many of you are parents, and I believe that you would want to retain your choice. We're in a household, I'm a COVID survivor. So is my wife, so are my children. And that was without a vaccine. But that was with God. God saved us. He got us through it. There's no need for a vaccine. I spoke to a subordinate of mine whose grandmother just passed away. She fought COVID. She was 93 years old, fought COVID, got vaccinated, died 5 days later. So this is something that I really hope that you all hold on to. And this guy's making size over here, but, hold on to this because this is something that we will have to deal with should we have to make that decision or be forced to make that decision. It's us that will have to be taking care of our children, just as we have. I really believe that a mother's instinct is something, it's powerful. It's something that was given by God, and I respect that. And I respect those parents who choose to decide to give their kid a vaccine. I have nothing against them. That's their choice. But I, at the end of the day, with my wife, with all these parents, would like to have the same choice. And that is something that we hope that could be pushed up to those who will make that decision, who will put that upon us.
3 minutes.
I know that religious exemptions they have no place in the school system anymore. And that's sad. That said, I just had to fight for my job, to keep my job as a public servant. I'm still fighting. And a lot of people say it's just a shot. You got your smallpox, you got a chickenpox vaccine, that was pushed in 1905. That's where the law came from, that they were able to fine people for not getting the vaccine. But a lot of people don't know that smallpox vaccine was designed in 1798. And here we are considering a vaccine. I can't even say it's a vaccine because it doesn't prevent anything. You can still get it. You can still transmit it. We call it a vaccine, and we're already talking about pushing it upon children. So it's just something that I do want to remind you all to just hold that in your heart, that this is a decision that should be made and left up to the parents, along with everything in the school system. Chris brought up a really good thing that we all heard. A lot of us parents are so disconnected from the school system. We're allowing the school system to go further and take a lot of our responsibilities, and that needs to stop. I don't want to say that this COVID thing was a godsend, because it wasn't. I lost family to it, but it woke us up. It woke us up to fight for our children. It's not just another shot. This is our choice. This is our option that we need to retain. And that option is needs to be reflected in everything that our children are exposed to. And that's the only way that we're going to go forward. That's the only way that a lot of these children are going to be able to move up and go forward and share these success stories.
1 minute.
So, just hold that in your heart. We really appreciate all the work that all of you have done. This pandemic hasn't been easy. It's been difficult for a lot of people. And everybody at this point we're just pushing forward. We want to get out of it. But we're already away from that time of panic. We know what needs to get done. Take care of ourselves. That's what needs to be pushed. Mental health is an issue, but we're not addressing it. These kids should not be distancing. They shouldn't be wearing a mask. They don't need that. And I've seen it in my own household. My children, they were fine. The little one had a fever for about 30 minutes and he was good. So just keep that in your heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guzman.
Next speaker is Livia Zarate. Can we bring Itzel, Yaquez, and Kirit on standby?
Hello, my name is Livia Zarate. I am a parent of 2 kids in the district. First of all, I would like to thank you all for your attention. Thank you so much. I am so happy I was able to talk to some of our board members, like Michael. We share the same values. We share the same beliefs. I got to speak with Ms. Suyo, now the president. We share the same values, the same beliefs. Thank you for still not mandating this vaccine to our children. Thank you for respecting that. Thank you for your love and passion towards our children and their health. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to decide about their health and sexual education, because this is another reason why I'm here. I just found out today that in the future, the new they're going to be teaching our kids about sexual orientation. And just to let you guys know, this is our responsibility as parents to teach our kids about sexual orientation. It is not the teacher's job. It is not the school job. And I want you guys to thank you for respecting that. And when it comes to the table, when you guys come and sit and talk about it, please have us in mind as parents. Just how you're having us in mind right now about these mandates, please keep us having us in mind. And I really love what Ms. Sujo said. She's here. She's fighting for us to be informed as what our children are going to learn in school. What are they going to be taught in school? We care about that. And I know there's many thousands of parents in this district, and only some of us show up because we care about our kids. And I want you guys to please have us in mind. We're not a lot of parents,
3
but
minutes.
have us in mind. We're here. We do care about our kids' education. And I'm just so glad that Ms. Sojo was chosen today. So happy. And I thank you all for your attention. Thank you. And God bless you all.
Thank you, Ms. Zarate.
Next speaker, Itzel, Yaquez. Okay, we have Kirit Jahan and Ray Gare on standby.
Good evening, board members. President Yu, Dr. Su, board members, and community. I am here because I am not happy about the presentation last month. I'm very specifically concerned about Measure BB and the science lab at Cerritos High School. Why would I be upset? It was told that this is a modular building. So you're going to build a permanent building at Whitney, but you're going to give us a modular building. Oh, it's fine. Can you tell me the lifespan of that building? So if this building crumbles in 25 years or 40 years, I don't know what the lifespan is, but it is not the same building that you're building at Whitney. I am upset because I promised the people that I work with that with Measure BB, we were going to improve our schools. And I will stand vehemently against all of you if you intend to build a non-permanent structure. This is wrong. My side of the town pays a ton of taxes. We do not expect more than anyone else. Neither should we get less than anyone else. Just not right. It was a flawed presentation from multiple perspectives. Can you tell me how many restrooms you're adding? You squarely skirted around that issue. We're going to add some restrooms. That's what was said. Never a specific number. Comply. I would like to know who filed the paperwork for the building, who at DSG approved it. I am getting very upset. If we intend to do things with equity, then you deliver. If you can't do it,
3 minutes.
then state so. These are the difficult conversations you must have. And part of what's going on here is the failure to address critical issues. These conversations aren't easy, I get it. But it is your duty to ask difficult questions. It is the duty of the staff to respond and tell us what we are delivering. It is not enough to just say, I'm not a child. You cannot hoodwink me. And I'll tell you something else. Many of the parents and the community members feel that way. Because it's not just the parents who pay for this. It is the residents. And they've been left out of the conversation. Can you tell me who the members were on that committee at Cerritos High School who approved the plan? Because it is, my job is to make sure Cerritos remains good. When you leave the board, I will still be around. When the superintendent leaves, I will still be around. I will look after that campus like it was mine because it matters to me and my community. Please deliver what you promised. Thank you.
Last speaker, Ray Gare.
I'm Ray Garrett, President of the ABC Federation of Teachers. Good evening again. This might be the biggest softball comment of the night, so thank you. That means it's not pointed. It's okay. Just congratulations to President Yu and to Mr. Beach and to Dr. Eugenia for the new positions. I look forward to all of us moving together and going forward. I'd just like to acknowledge the elegant and clear plea for salary and job permanence by the CTE teachers, their fellow staff members, and from the students. 20 years ago, I ended up on the bargaining team because I had a big mouth. And I was surprised to find out when I was on the bargaining team that we had a two-tier system because we had ROP teachers on campus who were paid at least 30% less than our current CTE teachers. As president, that was something that really was something I'd like to rectify, and we had discussions with the district about how to change this because ROP teachers didn't participate in votes on bell schedules. Sometimes they didn't do adjunct duties. They were islands on our campuses. And there was a disconnect in how our students benefited from those programs because they were similar to CTE in the goals, but they were disconnected from the pathways. We had no pathways for students through these classes. So it was really important to get them, to make them part of ABC. And so ABC split with ROP, and ABCFT worked really hard to get them. They had single care benefits, just one person. So we got them family. We worked with the district and got family benefits for them so that they had health care. And they got an increase in pay of about 25%. Time has gone by, and it's kind of glaring that we still have a two-tier system. I really appreciate that people came up and didn't point fingers at anybody. I don't blame those CTE teachers. Some of them left the union. Half of them left the union. We're talking about 17 or 18 CTE teachers. Not talking about hundreds of teachers. But they left the union because they were frustrated with the timetable that things were going, how it wasn't going fast enough. They wanted the protections of the contract, but they also wanted parity for salary and permanence. And those are things that ABCFT is working on at the state level. We have representatives at the state level in committees for CTE to press those issues in Sacramento. And I just came from DC 2 weeks ago, and we're going to have somebody at the national level on a CTE committee for the American Federation of Teachers, because this is an issue across the country. It's important. These people have families, and people have to make choices. They have opportunities in other districts, but they love the students here. They love what they're doing, and there are opportunities for us to keep them here. I think timing is everything. They probably came on the craziest, longest evening of the school year, but they stayed and made their message. I think it was clear that, they're frustrated with the whole situation, but they're pleading that the union and the district work together to clarify this and make it right. And we have time to do that. And I want to thank them for being, the union didn't organize this. It was spontaneous on their part. They've been working on this. But there are wounds that we can heal as a district, so we can bring them, so we don't have two tiers, right? Let's heal this wound and make it right. So I just want to thank all those who spoke, and I look forward to working with the board on this.
Thank you, Mr. Gare.
Madam President, it looks like we may have two more speakers, but we have surpassed the 1 hour mark.
Okay, we're going to have to wait until the end of the meeting because we have agenda that we need to cover. Sorry about that. Okay. Thank you, Board Clerk. Dr. Yuinyo, you did a great job as a first time being a clerk. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Okay. Is there anyone who wishes to remove any item to be considered separately? If not, all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 7-0. Action items. We have 1.4-A, community member and student appointments to board advisory committees. May I have a motion to approve community member and student appointments to board advisory committee?
So moved.
Yuanyo, second.
Okay, if Megan Mitchell is present, she's not here. Okay, so we're going to have to pass this. Okay. 1.5-A.
Can we vote on it?
Yes, it's public comments.
We have to.
Oh, should we vote on this?
Yes.
Okay, any public comments? Any discussion?
Let's vote.
Okay.
No public comments, Madam President.
Okay, if none, all those in,
Favor.
okay.
You have to go up to the microphone.
Is this regarding Megan Mitchell? Okay, then you have to,
Wait.
yeah, please wait, yeah.
Wait, it's for the,
Any, okay, if done, all those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Okay, motion passes. 1.5-A, calendar year 2022 board meetings. May I have a motion to
So
adopt the
moved.
calendar of board meetings
So
for
moved.
the 2022 school year with a revised date from Wednesday, June 8, 2022 to Monday, June 6, 2022, due to a conflict schedule with graduations. Do we have a motion and a second? Any public comments?
I was just wondering, the calendar for 2022, remember there's city elections due on April, I think it's on Tuesday. Have you
But
checked it out
this
yet?
is changing it from Monday to Wednesday. From, yes.
This will not interfere with the city
We're not
election.
the city council.
Let's
Okay.
vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. We're moving along fast. 1.6-A, Resolution 21-52, the Great Kindness Challenge Week. May I have a motion to adopt Resolution 21-52, acknowledging January 24 to 28, 2022, the Great Kindness Challenge Week?
So moved.
Second by Sophia.
Okay, any public comments, discussion?
Don't see any public comments, Madam President.
Okay, seeing none? Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 7-0, motion passes. 1.7-A, contract with Campus Safety Group. May I have a motion to approve request to contract with Campus Safety Group, a non-profit corporation, to develop a comprehensive safe school plan, compliance training, and support for the 21-22 school year?
So moved by Sophia.
Second, Nishi.
Any public comments?
No public comments, Madam President.
Any discussion? If none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes, 7-0. 2.2-A, increase in daily pay rate for substitute teachers. May I have a motion to approve an increase in the daily pay rate for substitute teachers from 175 to 200 per day, and increase the long-term pay rate beginning on the 11th day, from 200 to 250 per day, effective from January 3rd, 2022 through June 9th, 2022.
So moved. You on your second?
Dr. Zillow?
So we had previously brought to you an increase in pay, and after we did that, all of the districts around us then increased their pay. We are still experiencing anywhere from 50 to 100 sub shortages a week, and so we're hoping, moving in parity with some of the districts around us, that we will then be able to maintain our subs.
Thank you, Dr. Zidlow. Any public comments? Any
We have one
discussion?
public comment.
On the substitute? Yes. Okay.
Good evening, board. It's late, so I won't be super long. I'm just commenting in support of increasing the pay of the substitute teachers, as Dr. Zillow just said. Schools all around the district, or other districts, are increasing the pay of their substitute teachers as we're seeing shortages everywhere, and it's putting educators in a situation where they can't even call off. And we're still dealing with the effects from the pandemic. You're having principals have to come out of classrooms, which is going to affect the education that's going on, like with the kids. So I'm supporting, and I feel like the board should also support an increase in pay for the substitute teachers, not only because it's an investment in our kids, but it also shows that we value the importance of our educators as well. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion? Number 6 is Board Member Ernie Nishi.
Yes, real quick question. Is this a permanent increase or is this for a year?
This is to get us through the end of this school year.
Thank you.
Okay.
No further questions.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes 7-0. 3.16-A, contract with Jampana Enterprises, LLC, DBA Code Ninja Cerritos. May I have a motion to approve request to contract with Jampana Enterprises, LLC,
Motion to
DBA.
approve, Eugenio.
Second.
Okay, let me finish.
Sorry.
It's okay. DBA Code Ninja Cerritos to provide the virtual enrichment workshops for approximately 550 TK-8 students in the online independent programs and in-person enrichment workshops at all middle schools for approximately 150 students for the 2021-22 school year. And we have a motion and a second. Any public comments?
I don't see any public comment.
Do we have the motion second?
Yeah, they did it.
I jumped the gun, I apologize. No public comments, Madam President.
Okay, any discussion? Okay. Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes, 7-0. Okay, 3.17-A, contract with Transact Communications LLC DBA KN Systems. May I have a motion to approve request contract with Transact Communications LLC DBA KN Systems to provide the after-school 21 attendance software system, professional development, and coaching support for district personnel and YMCA and AYA staff at Aloha, Burbank, Ferguson, Hawaiian, Juarez, Melbourne, Nemes, Palms and Willow Elementary Schools, and Fetty and Ross Middle School for the 21-22 school year.
So moved. Nishi?
Eugenio, second.
Any public comments?
No public comments, Madam President.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, I have a question. Dr. maybe Valencia can answer this. So what kind of training does these provide?
This training is in specific to how to use their system. So we're required to collect attendance data for our students who are in the after-school program, as well as track their performance, as well as other data points. And so this will give us a centralized system to collect that data and report it to the state so that we can maintain our funding and meet the grant requirements.
I see. So is this something that the principals can also have access to?
Oh,
of that school?
absolutely, but we're training the staff who actually have to input the data regarding students' attendance.
Okay, thank you very much. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
7-0, motion passes. 3.18A, contract with Poolside Family Vision Optometry. May I have a motion to approve request contract with Poolside Family Vision Optometry to provide vision therapy, evaluation, and treatment for the 21-22 school year?
So moved, second by Sophia.
Any public comments?
No public comments, Madam President.
Any discussion? Ernie Nishi?
Yes, Madam President. So I understand there was no bidding on this project, and I know that there's no law that requires bidding on these things. I understand that the law doesn't require it, but I would hope that in the future that we could informally do some sort of bidding process. I understand there was recommendations and things like that, but it becomes, we are a public entity, and it can't be just a word of mouth type of thing. So thank you. That's the only comment I had, Madam President. Otherwise, all these other things are really good. I really appreciate the work that you did to get bids in a very difficult time where we have labor shortages and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor?
There's one.
Oh, one more. We have Board Member Chris.
Thank you.
Apodaca.
Thank you, Madam President. Can we please, in the future, make sure that we have some comparative data for Mr. Nishi and for the rest of the board? I know he's brought this up several times, and nights like tonight, it seems like every second counts. So if we can just, moving forward, if that's possible, with items like this, to make sure that we have comparative pricing data. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 7-0. 3.19-A, adopt educator effectiveness block grant expenditure plan. May I have a motion to approve request to adopt the educator effectiveness block grant expenditure plan?
So moved by Sophia.
Second, Apodaca.
Public comments?
No public comments, Madam President.
Any discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 7-0. 4.13-A, first interim report. May I have a motion to approve the first interim report for the 21-22 fiscal year with a positive certification and budget adjustments as reflected?
So moved, Apodaca.
Eugenio, second.
Mr. Nguyen?
Thank you, Board President Yu. Good evening. I am aware of the time. However, I do have a presentation, and you have to listen to this budget update because it is important. So the board approved the current year budget in June of 2021. It has been 6 months. After the board approved the budget, the state then passed the budget. Along with that, there's many changes, update to the budget that the board approved. So the first interim report will reflect that. So we provide the board with an update from what you approved in June with the information we had at the time and what compared to the information we have in December. And are we still on tracks in terms of revenues and expenditures? That is the first interim report is about. So on beginning with page 117, the unrestricted general fund. This is the fund that you are most interested in because you have full control of this fund. On the revenue side, there is an adjustment. There's two adjustments, both in the positive. There is a minor adjustment to the LCFF or the local control funding formula of $305,000 in the plus. There's also an additional $266,000 to other state revenues. So we are looking at about a total of $572,000 in additional revenues. On the expenditures columns, after the state passed the budget, they reduced the anticipated increase in the state unemployment insurance rate. As you recall, due to the pandemic, the state basically ran out of money in the state unemployment fund, so they had to increase the rate. However, when the state adopted the final budget, they reduced that increase. So we have a benefit with that. Plus, there's a minor reduction in the workers' compensation rate. So together, there's a saving of $800,000 in expenditures. So that's always good news. And then on the indirect costs, there's also, because of more state program, we capture additional indirect costs of $351,000. So in total, there's a reduction of $1.1 million in expenditure. So that's also a positive. Overall, let's just go to the bottom line. There's a net increase of $2.2 million to the unrestricted funds from what you adopted back in June. So instead of a net change in fund balance of about $500,000, now you have $2.7 million. Adding to the fund balance you have, your ending fund balance at this point is $27,617,000. That's at the bottom of page 117, where's the column first interim report. So there's two components within the general fund. The unrestricted fund I just went over. There's the restricted general fund. And the funds within this budget are restricted. So the grantors, whether it's the federal government or the state government or local government, they give you the money, they tell you how to spend it. So the board really have no control over that. An example of a restricted funds would be the educator effectiveness grant that the board just approved, right? You receive $3.8 million. The state tell you have to use this money to provide training to teachers and staff that work with students. So that's an example of the restricted funds. All the ESSER's money, all the money come from the American Rescue Plan. ESSER 1, 2, 3 would be restricted. Title I program would be restricted. Special education would be restricted. So those are examples of the restricted program. And there's adjustment here to the opposite, to the negative of about $5 million. The reason being is that we already got some of this money last year. So it's just a timing issue. When you adopt the budget, we didn't get the money. We got the money after that, and now we're just adjusting it down. Because you have $28.9 million in fund balance that you have to spend down. The rules with restricted fund is you get the money sometime in advance, and you have years to spend it. Like example, the educator effectiveness grant that you just approved, you have 5 years to spend that. So eventually, you have to spend down the money. Otherwise, you have to return it to the grantor, and you don't want that. So you would want to see a spending down of this fund because we are spending down on the students, the money that we received before. So at the bottom line, you are spending now about $6.8 million out of the $29 million you have. You still have $22 million in restricted funds that we eventually will spend down. So with that, that would be the combined, on page 119, the combined general fund would be just the total of those two. I went over that already, so I will not go over that. But one of the requirement on page 120 is a projection, a 3-year projections. Not only that the board needs to have an update in the current year, but will we be able to meet all financial obligation in the next 2 years, right? Under the current, all the obligations we have. Are we going to be able to meet the 3% reserve? And it's clearly that we have almost 10% in reserve, so we are above the 3%. There is a negative expanded in the unrestricted fund of 2.2 million for next year due to the I don't want to say use the term financial cliff, but the reductions in funding as a result of the declining enrollment. Pre-pandemic 2019-20 to now, we lost almost 1,400 students. And this year, the state's holding harmless the school districts, meaning that they don't reduce the funding, but next year they will. So right now, with that reductions, of course, when you have less students, you will have less teachers. So we also make adjustment in the certificated salaries. You see that's going down from 85 million to 82. What happened there? That the 3 million is a result of almost 30 teachers that we will not bring back next year because of less students. So even with that negative in expenditure next year, we will still be able to meet the 3% requirement. We still have $25 million in the fund balance. And then the year after that, we'll go back in the positive. Now, this projection is based in the current assumptions of a COLA next year of about 3%. And we have been told already that COLA for next year will likely be more than that, close to the 5.5%, and the state will provide additional funding for school districts. Today, there's actually a hearing in Sacramento about a soft landing, meaning that instead of taking just the lower ADA, they're going to look at the 3-year average, and hopefully that we will see a lesser impact in terms of low due to the attendance drop. So on top of the 1,400 less in attendance, we also experience less attendance rate because of COVID. Usually we run about 97% at this point. We at about 94%. We almost 3% less in attendance and than normal, and that's clearly due to the pandemic. So that's also another concern, but hopefully over years we'll go back to the normal attendance rate. So in summary, the first interim report provide positive result in the unrestricted funds and negative the spending down in the restricted funds as intended, and we will be able to meet all financial obligations for the current year and the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuan. Any public comments on this?
We do not have any public comments, Madam President.
Any discussion? We have 8 board member, Dr. Chris Apodaca.
Thank you, Madam President. Quick question. You mentioned 30 teachers. Let's speak plainly. That means that we'll have to either early retirement, suggest retirement, or lay off 30 teachers. Is that what I'm hearing? I mean, I know that this isn't, I don't want to get into it, but I'm just saying, what's the ratio that we're assuming of student to teacher per classroom to get those 30? That's really what I'm interested in.
Yeah, that's the conservative. You can just take the 1,400 divided by 30, then you get more than that, actually.
Okay.
But I'm just being conservative and use 30. Normally, we have about 3% of retirement. So in a normal year, we have about 30 teachers would retire.
Okay.
Now, naturally. Plus, we have teachers that on temp contract, so which means they are
So
annually
we're
they
short
get
on time, and I'm
renewed.
sorry to cut you off. What's the class size that we're assuming per student, or per teacher, to get that number where we're cutting 30?
For staffing purposes, 30.
So 30 students per class size.
Correct.
Okay, so we'd be eliminating 30 students, or 30, we would be eliminating 30 teachers. I'll just throw this out there. I would look at that as an opportunity to lower class size and to keep teachers, but we can talk about that once we, it's not midnight. So I just wanted clarification.
So we do have that. If you remember, you approved the ELOC grant and the ESSER grant. We both using about $3 million to reduce class size and to reduce combination classes. So that will lessen the impact. But
And this
that's-
is still all just based on now, it's not based on what will happen down the line. I understand that. I wanted to clarify what the formula was you were using. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Apodaca. Next, we have Board Member Nishi.
Yes, I just have two questions. One is, looks like your interim report, looks like we're plus 2 million this year, which is great, according to page 117. And the following page 120, we lose the 2 million, right, because of the financial cliff. So I'm
Correct.
presuming that's correct. So basically, plus minus equals 0 on that. Second question is related to CT. What percentage of our budget is CTE, like total?
So we don't separate the CTE budget. We do staffing for, just say, a high school like Cerritos, based on the formula in the contract, including all teachers, including CTE teacher. But to answer your question, if we have about 20 CTE teachers, 18 to 20, right? $60,000 plus benefits, so that's 90,000. You take that by 20, that's about 1.8 million.
1 point what?
1.8.
1.8. So we have about 20 CTE teachers.
Yeah. I wouldn't say 18 to 20. Yeah, 18.
Is that district-wide?
Yes.
That's not a lot.
That is not.
That's their total salary, 1.8 out of the $280 million budget.
That is correct.
Thank you. That's the only question I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Board Member Dr. Rios.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'm looking at the combined general fund. Am I to assume then that this number is the money that we will have left over at the end of this fiscal year, $49 million?
That is correct for combined, both restricted and unrestricted.
That's a lot of money. I mean, I keep saying it. Right now, we have a lot of issues. Our schools should be swimming in resources. So I'd like to think that we're looking at ways that we can enhance the services and the support that are at our schools. There is no reason for this much money to be sitting in a bank account where they can be spent on counselors, on intervention teachers, on after-school programs, on tutoring services, etc.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Moving on.
We need a vote.
Yeah. May I have, if, all those in favor, say aye?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Is that's it?
No, there's lots more.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, I'm sorry. I was very excited that we were ending.
Not yet.
Okay. 4.14-A, bid award ABC-1576 unit price floor covering. Superintendent and staff recommend approve bid award ABC-1576 unit price floor covering to Floor Tech America, Inc. as lowest responsive and responsible bidder.
So moved. You got your second?
Okay, any public comments?
I see no public comments, Madam President.
Any discussion?
Just want to thank Tuan for doing the work and making sure that this is a very detailed report. Helps me with the information. So thank you, Tuan.
You're welcome.
Okay.
I think it's Tuan. Or Joshi. Josh.
Okay.
Joshi.
Okay. Thank you. Board Member Nishi.
That's it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes 7-0. We're almost there, guys. 4.15-A, annual and 5-year developer fee report for fiscal year 2020-2021. May I have a motion to approve the annual and 5-year developer fee report for the fiscal year 2020-21?
So moved.
Second, Nishi.
Public comments?
I see no public comments, Madam President.
Okay. Any discussion? If none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 7-0. Finally, we're at board members' reports.
I think I'll bypass it.
We have number 5, Vice President Brad Beach.
Well, this will be the first time. Thank you, Madam President. Appreciate that. Well, we've heard a lot of parents talk about mandates tonight. We've seen it all over the country. And my only comment to staff at this time is I hope we're preparing for an online model or some type of homeschool student option, because if the governor mandates these vaccines, I've had a lot of parents reach out to me, and they will pull their kids from our school district. So I would just like to see us working on a plan now to combat that if it happens. Secondly, I attended the Cerritos Elementary National Blue Ribbon Award. I was so proud to be there on the stage. I want to thank our kids, our parents, our teachers and staff. It's a team award, and I'm really grateful for everybody there. I also visited with probably my two favorite constituents on Sunday for family dinner, and my dad told me to look over his back wall, which I did, and noticed a whole bunch of equipment and big machines, and he asked me what was going on, and I said, I don't know, Pop, but I'll get back to you. So I emailed staff. Apparently the solar panels are being looked at to go at a school really close to their house, actually. And I just wanted to make sure in a situation like that, it's probably happening at all of our schools, that if something's going to be within 50 feet of residences, we could contact them and just make them aware, or maybe look at other options that would be less intrusive onto people's property. So I spoke about that with Tuan Nguyen. I just wanted to be say it on the record that I do have a concern about where we're putting some of these. The board never voted or looked at any proposals for this, so we do put some trust in staff, but that's one that made me think, wow, if they're going to be real tall and big, all the people on their street are going to have a view of a huge, solar farm. So just want to throw that out there. Maybe we could look into some of them, make sure it's the right site. CTE teachers, I support you. We heard you. I would like to see maybe at some point, Madam President or Dr. Sue, a report about their salaries compared to other districts, and maybe even an agenda item so this board can finally make a decision on it and move forward. And lastly, I'd just like to say happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah to all of our families in ABC. Have a great time off. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Brad Beach. Next, we have Board Member Dr. Rios.
Thank you. I also want to echo the fact that we heard our community. There is a misconception that pathways are an option for kids who are not college bound, but that is not true. My kids participated in CTE programs, and one just graduated from college and is working in a top 10 network. Her love with broadcasting began at Carmenita Middle School and continued at Artesia High School. A path my son is following in his CTE class, elective of sports medicine. So we need to do better. I call on my colleagues, and as Vice President Beach just stated, to do better. There are reasons why we haven't done this. It's time to find reasons why we can and will. The time for parity is absolutely now. A couple of other things is that I'm hoping that we will look to expand our vaccine availability. I know that it's happening at Haskell on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I think now that the vaccine is being available to more age groups, there will be more of an interest. And so maybe we can look at making it available every day and maybe at different parts of the district. The last thing is that I proudly participated in our California School Boards Association conference, and it's always so nice to have so many people come up to us and validate what we do and express their interest in that they do look to ABC and that we do set the standard for a lot. And so I hope that we continue to follow in that path and that we continue to make our district proud. I also participated in the California Latino School Boards Association. We had one of our biggest turnout at our luncheon, and so I'm proud that our district will become part of the California Latino School Boards Association, because we do provide webinars throughout the year that I think would be very beneficial to all of us. And of course, the highlight was listening to Dr. Victor Rios, who spoke to over 2,000 school board members in attendance about his story. And I think he touched every soul that was in that class, in that room, because it reminded us about the power of a teacher to make a difference in the life of a child, and how his story was totally turned around thanks to a teacher, and the value of an education. He now has a doctorate from PhD from Berkeley, and I think his story is something that resonated with me personally, resonates with the big portion of our district, and honestly, every one of us. So thank you. I also want to wish everyone happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and get some much needed rest during our break. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rios. Next, we have Board Clerk, Dr. Eugenio.
Thank you, Madam President. Just wanted to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Have a safe one, and may God bless you all and keep you well. That's all, Madam President.
Thank you. Next, we have Board Member Ernie Nishi.
Thank you, Madam President. Really quick, regards to the CTE, yes, I mean, we can't send mixed messages, right? We can't say it's really valuable to go to CTE. It's just like everything else. It's college prep, and we have people who do really well, and yet we don't treat them the same. Can't do that mixed message, I think. Second thing here is related to the electric thing, and I also saw the solar places, and like one school, Palms, they have hardly any field, and it's in the middle of their field. And I would hope that we would consult our principals just a little more. I know it's not efficient in certain places, but we're not an electric company. We are a school, and so if we take all their playing field, which it has a tiny playing field, they're going to have a hard time having any. They're not going to be the same like all the other kids that have a full playing field. If we could put it up on their roofs, or we could put it somewhere in the parking lots, somewhere instead of, or at least consult the principal and ask them, hey, where do you think would be best, rather than just getting the maximum electric field that we can get, because this is, we're a school, not a electric company. And I know there might be some contracts, but we need to work on those contracts to make sure that we can do the best for our kids. I like the idea of Sophia's electric bus, because then we could literally have buses powered by the sun. CSBA, I got a report on that because I'm a delegate with that group. We did have some proposed bylaw changes regarding training. Some of them passed, some of them were tabled. The past president is on the nominating committee for the next president, and they have broken with tradition in the past, actually, with that board. I think who the president was now, who just passed away, I think there was a different group that was supposed to be there. CSB fought for no more deferrals, which is good because we don't want to have more deferrals. We want the money now, not yesterday. And also everybody loved to go to the CSBA issue on the mandates for the vaccines to find out what the legal issues are. And unfortunately, those mandates are going to go through the regulatory route, it sounds like, which means no law that has to be passed by a legislature. The issue is whether they have exemptions, like the personal exemption, and who knows what that personal exemption is, whether there's going to be a religious exemption. But if you have a religious or doctoral exemption, you'll have to have you'll be subject to audit if you have those too high. And if we decide not to follow that law, it will be very hard to get insured. So that's going to be a challenge that we will have to prepare for, should that become a mandate that will apply to us specifically. There's not much that we can do related to the insurance issue and keeping all of our kids safe, but I think we will lose students, and I'm hoping that people who are out there lobby the right people to allow us to have a choice. Particularly in ABC, it's going to hurt us. So, thank you, Madam President. Congratulations.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Next, we have Board Member Sophia Say.
Oh, thank you. Congratulations first. I teach a high school football game, Gar High School band, Cerritos National Blue Ribbon. I remember I told the people, say I'm the site council for Cerritos Elementary School when my kids, this is about 25 years ago. And I remember we called roar. So the kids were so excited when we did that, and including our senator and our city mayor pro tem, Mr. Wu. We also kind of cheered the kids up. But I do want to appreciate the parents, the students, most important, the staff that put so much energy on that, make us continue to become a national Blue Ribbon Award. It's not that easy. Not many people can get that. Not many schools can have it, and we're one of them. And we should be part of our district. For me, I also went to CSBA, and I remember one thing, Dr. Rio, which is not our Dr. Rio, is the Dr. Rio's over from the CSBA guest speaker. He told me something, he told everyone. This is the one he said. He said when he get out the car, okay, he was standing there waiting for the taxi or something. And people went to him, are you the Uber driver? We all wear glasses sometimes. we don't see each other's side. Okay? And this is the things that we're talking about, the prejudice, hate people. And we really need to stay 1 foot back and look at others. You know, be kind, be nice, be thoughtful. And that's my New Year revolution. And I want to say to everyone, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and be sure have a safe winter break. And the same thing apply my staff. And as you see the gift on your table, that's my appreciation for this whole year that you've been working with me, and so does my colleague. I want to say have a safe holiday for you too and your family.
Thank you, Board Member Say. I'd like to thank the community in putting your trust in me, and also like to thank my fellow board members. We'll move forward together to put our students' education first. I'd like to congratulate Vice President Brad Beach, who have been active in the community, and he's well connected to many parents. I believe he will be an excellent in serving as a vice president. And I would also like to congratulate Dr. Michael Eugenio.
Thank you, Madam President.
Yeah, as a clerk. This is new. I remember when I first became a clerk, that was kind of quite challenging. But you have a strong conviction, and I know that you strive to make the best decision for our students. Dr. Eugenio and his wife, May, are loved by the community in Artesia, and they are very involved with the community, and I believe he'll do an excellent job. Thank you very much. Lastly, I'm going to make it short. I just want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. May the Lord bless each and every one of you, and have a wonderful time during the winter vacation. That is all. Next, we have announcements. Next regular board meeting is on Tuesday, January 18, 2022 at 7 p.m., District Office Boardroom. Committee meetings, Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee will be held on January 25th, 2022 at 6 p.m. virtually. Legislative Policy Committee meeting will be held January 26, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. virtually. Dates to remember: winter break, December 20, 2021 to December 31st, 2021. Do we have a second public comment?
Yes, Madam President, we have one speaker, Eddie Salcedo.
Okay.
Are we supposed to have online comments as well? Are there any online comments?
There is one.
Eddie Salcedo, go ahead.
I don't know if the online was. First of all, Miss Yu, congratulations. It's democracy at work. You won by an election, and we have to respect that. And so I like to think it's democracy at work, right? So I might not agree with it. I might not agree with you being president, but my job as a constituent is to vote next time to either vote you in, vote you out, but your colleagues voted you in. So congratulations to you, and I respect the democracy of what this is. Okay, so we're not going to see eye to eye on a lot of things. I might not agree with what you've said, or may not have said. Apart from that, congratulations. And for the board at whole, good job as having a debate, speaking up, Dr. Rios, Apotheca, everyone, congratulations on just doing the process. So that, first and foremost. I would ask you that you take past President Sophia Say's advice and attend those classes that you recommended. I can't recall exactly what they were, but if you can have your colleague, Ms. Su Yu, attend those classes so she can learn about different cultures, sensitivity, whatever they entail, I would encourage that the board as in general, and I know we all hate attending classes after class after class after class, but Ms. Say, if you could encourage your colleague to attend those classes, that would be fantastic. I would also, just going back to what Mr. Newen was saying about the budget, there was a report that was published last year by this board, or by the district, I should say, not by this board, that says we're basically losing about a class or a school a year. Ms. Sue, I think you were the publisher of that report, right?
3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Eugenio. I would take a strong look at that, especially if, Mr. Beach, you think we're going to lose a bunch of students because of vaccine mandates and all that. We're already losing basically a school. What, Ms. Sue, I know you can't respond directly, but I think it's about a school a year, right? Or every 5 years we're going to lose an actual school in terms of attendance. To that point, a lot of the people that were here earlier tonight didn't have kids in the school district. They don't have kids in the school district. They might have grandkids that they're bringing their kids in from Huntington or Norwalk or Lakewood or wherever it may be that don't actually live in our district. So I think our planning in terms of budget and where we're going to get money, because the grants are going to run out. Our $23 million grant from the state of California are going to run out pretty quickly. We're not spending it, as Dr. Rio says, and right now where we need to put it in place. I know I was in a school site council meeting today. Our principal is buying 3-year licenses, so she's spending the money now. So I would just say take a look at that as a whole, as a district, because it's going to go away in terms of grants. It's going to go away in terms of attendance. It's going to go away in terms of just it's not going to be replenished, because no one can buy $1 million house in Cerritos as a starter home and with a baby, right? It's just not going to happen. And the last thing I will say is I hope I keep talking in 2022, because it's my job as a parent. I have kids that are going to be here for the next 10 years. I hope you are all in this for the right reason. I believe you're in for the right reason. I believe, Miss Yu, you're in it for the right reason. I don't agree with what you said. I don't agree with some of the things that are in your head, but that's okay. We can disagree, okay? Board members, we can agree, we can disagree, but that's our job, I believe, is to have this conversation. Thank you, Mr. Eugenio, Dr. Eugenio. Have this conversation, but also for you to speak up internally. Like this conversation tonight from Rios, Nishi. It's the first time I've actually heard conflict on the dais. And I know backroom dealings. I know political. I know how it works. I'm in the business. I know we all meet privately. We all agree. We vote 7-0. We all negotiate. You get this, I get that. You get this, I get that. We all know that. Okay? We know that. This is the first time I've seen this dais, this board, actually disagree in front of the public. And I appreciate that. And I hope that whatever you decide to do in 2022, you remember, and Miss Yu, your signature says students first, right? It's students first. And that's the most important thing, because my kids are the most important thing in the world to me. Okay?
Time.
Thank you very much for your time, and thank you, and God bless all of you, and whatever your religion is, I hope you have an awesome holiday.
I hate to dissect
Thank you.
what you said, Mrs. Saucedo. I want to say
One last thing,
thank
sorry.
you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mayfield, for all your hard work and the pre-pandemic and leading all to step. Thank you, Dr. Mayfield. Appreciate
And
it.
I want to thank you so much to come to the podium. And, you know, there's some agreement and disagreement, and that just show us what we are, where we are. We're so
Okay.
dramatic. Thank you.
Okay, we have a report.
We do.
Scott Smith?
We have one caller on Zoom, one public speaker, Sylvester Annie. Sylvester, go ahead.
And we're going to Zoom, right?
Sylvester, are you there? Go ahead and unmute. Oh, we lost him.
Okay. Any other public comments? Are we done?
No more public comments, Madam President.
Okay.
Madam President, move to close.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion to adjournment?
Second by Sophia.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we finished before 12.
Merry Christmas,
All right.
everyone.
Merry Christmas.